Chapter 1286. In fact, this group of onlookers would subconsciously retreat when someone died, but they were curious and didn't want to miss this good show, so they didn't leave. Now, Flying Sand City's city lord, Huang Ming, came out. So, what will the end result be? This group of onlookers was very curious. Will Yi Xian and the old tree kill Flying Sand City's city lord, or will they be beheaded by Flying Sand City's city lord and hung in front of Flying Sand City's city lord? The end result will depend on this battle. You killed my family, I will tear you into pieces. Flying Sand City's city lord, Huang Ming, was furious and directly launched an attack at Yi Xian. You came at the right time, you finally came. Yi Xian's eyes flickered, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. This time, he was going to use his ultimate move. At that moment, the old tree directly condensed a green wooden seal and threw it into the distance. After this wooden seal flew past Flying Sand City's city lord, Huang Ming, it quickly grew, and vines stretched out, wrapping around Huang Ming. At the same time, the old tree also held a wooden seal, and countless vines stretched out. The two sides connected, instantly trapping Yi Xian, the old tree, and Flying Sand City's city lord, Huang Ming, in an airtight encirclement. Magical treasure skill, Divine Wood Prison. Before being refined into a magical treasure, the old tree actually also knew the Divine Wood Prison, but after being refined into a magical treasure skill, the Divine Wood Prison's strength was far greater than before. Break for me! Flying Sand City's city lord, Huang Ming, didn't react in time and was trapped. He immediately slashed with his sword, ready to break the prison. However, his all-out sword strike was only able to leave a mark on the prison. This magical treasure skill could be used to restrict the enemy, but it could also be used for defense. It was very practical. Flying Sand City's city lord, I will give you a chance. Tell me the whereabouts of the Xianming duo demons, and I will spare your life. Yi Xian suddenly opened his mouth and said, the duration of the Divine Wood Prison was a full 10 seconds, which was more than enough for him. Xianming duo demons? Hearing this name, Flying Sand City's city lord Huang Ming was somewhat stunned, because this was the first time he had heard of this name. However, he did not associate this name with the two people he had escorted before. After all, they were escorted by his wife. Brat, you killed my wife and child. How dare you ask me a question? You're courting death. The Flying Sand City lord did not say anything and directly rushed towards Yi Xian with his sword in hand. The reason why Yi Xian let the old tree use the Divine Wood Prison was because he was afraid that the Flying Sand City lord would escape. With the Divine Wood Prison, the Flying Sand City lord would definitely die. Since you don't want to talk, then forget it. Yi Xian shook his head. Nailin Bing had a death warrant on her, so he didn't have to ask her clearly. Blade Storm. Yi Xian had already made up his mind to kill Wei Zhentian, so he immediately tossed Wei Zhentian out. Wei Zhentian, who was at the 6th level of the Fulfillment Realm, instantly transformed into thousands of bloody lights that shot toward the Flying Sand City Lord. What? The Flying Sand City Lord was shocked. He paused and hastily blocked. Although he was at the 7th level of the Fulfillment Realm, Wei Zhentian was at the 6th level of the Fulfillment Realm. In Yi Xian's heart, the Flying Sand City Lord was already a dead man. In the blink of an eye, the Flying Sand City Lord was surrounded by the bloody swords and then ravaged by thousands of bloody swords. In less than 3 seconds, Yi Xian heard a system notification sound. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. This system notification undoubtedly proved that the Flying Sand City Lord had been killed by Wei Zhentian. The Flying Sand City Lord might have some connection with the Cthulhuism Society, but Yi Xian was not interested in the Cthulhuism Society, so he was too lazy to investigate. In the Divine Wood Prison, a figure flew out from the sky. Yi Xian hastily used the Eye of Myriad Forms to collect the corpse. The corpse was thrown into the planting space. As for the Yin and Yang ring and the Faith Crystal, they were collected by Yi Xian. However, when Yi Xian checked the other party's Yin and Yang ring, he was shocked. In the Flying Sand City Lord's Yin and Yang ring, other than 2 million worth of wealth, there was also a bag of black faith crystals. Why are there so many? Yi Xian was shocked. From just now until now, Including the one in the Flying Sand City Lord's head, he had only obtained a total of 5 faith crystals. But now, there were more than 1,000 faith crystals in this bag. What was going on? If there were so many, why didn't he share them with others, such as the 5th and 4th level Fulfillment Realm guards who died just now? Wait, just now Lu Tiangong's ex-wife said that the Flying Sand City Lord was receiving an important guest. Could it be? Yi Xian's mind suddenly flashed. Could this important guest be a member of the Cthulhuism Society? Was he the one who gave the Flying Sand City Lord so many faith crystals and prepared to distribute them to increase the number of believers? Thinking about it this way, it really was possible. If that was the case, then there was probably another expert in Flying Sand City, and that was the Cthulhuism Society's apostle. He did not know how strong this Cthulhuism Society apostle was. Was he at the 7th level of the Fulfillment Realm, 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm, or 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm? Yi Xian could not guess. However, at this time, there was a sudden explosion outside the Divine Wood prison. Yi Xian looked up and found that a large hole had been blasted open in the Divine Wood prison. Then, a figure rushed in. At the same time, Yi Xian's eye of perception also felt an extremely strong aura. The newcomer was a middle-aged man wearing a black robe, and behind him was a long and thick scorpion tail. The Scorpion Man race. Boy, you killed him? The black-robed Scorpion Man's eyes flashed as he questioned. That's right. Yi Xian nodded directly with a fearful expression. This was because he felt that this black-robed Scorpion Man should be an expert at the 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm. After hearing Yi Xian's answer, the black-robed Scorpion Man nodded in satisfaction and said, "To be able to cultivate to this level at such a young age and even kill Huang Ming 2 levels above you, your talent is very good. From now on, you are the Flying Sand City Lord." I am the Flying Sand City Lord? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Could it be that the Flying Sand City Lord needed to be appointed? Shouldn't the position be held by the strong? He remembered that Lu Tiangong said that Flying Sand City had existed for a long time, but after the City Lord died and the new City Lord changed, it became stronger day by day. If Yi Xian wanted to, he could be the Flying Sand City Lord. However, he did not want to. I am the Cthulhuism Society Apostle Scorpion Flow. From now on, you will be my spokesperson in Flying Sand City. As the black-robed Scorpion Man spoke, he took out a large faith crystal from his universe ring and threw it to Yi Xian, saying, "Consume this and become the servant of the Cthulhuism god. It will make you stronger." Yi Xian caught the faith crystal and sized it up with narrowed eyes. Chapter 1287. Who is the evil god? Yi Xian pretended not to know anything and asked. The evil god is the master I worship. He is the ancestor of my Scorpion Man race. His strength is not something you can imagine. Now that I am giving you this chance, it is your 100 lifetimes of good fortune. You must cherish it, Xia Lu said in a superior tone. Although Yi Xian had killed Flying Sand City Lord Huang Ming, who was at the 7th stage of the Fulfillment Realm, it was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Oh, then what if I don't want to join the Evil God Society? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked curiously. Then you will have to die here. Xia Lu suddenly erupted with a powerful aura and said in a tough tone, "Hurry up, I will give you 3 breaths of time. I still have things to do." 3 breaths of time was enough for people at Yi Xian's level to think. However, Yi Xian did not need to think at all. Asking him to join the Evil God Society and become the Evil God's apostle, what kind of joke was this? If you can catch me, I will join. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. With a thought, the 1,000 blood swords transformed into streaks of blood-colored light that attacked the scorpion stream. Shameless boasting. Since you don't cherish this chance, then die. After Xia Lu finished speaking angrily, he circulated the manifestation power in his body and sent the blood swords flying. Haha, why don't you try again? Yi Xian suddenly laughed loudly. Ding, Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently at the 7th stage of the Fulfillment Realm. The system suddenly notified. Just now, he had devoured the things in Flying Sand City Lord Huang Ming's universe ring, which allowed Wei Zhentian to break through. Now, Wei Zhentian still had a few seconds, so it was possible to kill Xia Lu. Yi Xian knew that if he killed Xie Lu, he might be able to break through to the 6th stage of the fulfillment realm. This Xie Lu must die. Old tree, prepare to use Mad Python sweep at any time. Yi Xian hurriedly said in his mind. Okay. Old Shu responded and also charged towards the scorpion stream. Although the cooldown of Mad Python sweep was 3 days, as long as they could kill Xie Lu, it was worth it even if it took 10 days. The two treasures and Yi Xian attacked Xie Lu together, but the latter was an 8th stage fulfillment realm expert and did not put them in his eyes. Petty tricks. The Xie Lu shouted, and the black scorpion tail behind him suddenly extended and stabbed towards Old Shu. The speed of this attack was even faster than Old Shu's piercing strike. Old Shu's heart of the demon tree was instantly pierced. And Yi Xian's face darkened as he felt an enormous pressure. He wondered if the divine tree of life's bloodline would be effective if the attack hit him. Would he be turned into ashes like the old tree? Fortunately, the old tree had been refined into a treasure and had an immortal body. Even if his heart was pierced or his entire body was turned into ashes, he would not die. At that moment, Yi Xian summoned him once again, and his foothold was behind the scorpion flow. How dare you kill me? Take this. Old Tree's violent temper suddenly showed, and he directly used his strongest attack. Mad Python Sweep. Immediately, countless sharp thorns extended from the divine wood prison and stabbed at Xie Lu. Mad Python Sweep could be used by the old tree himself, but it could also be used together with the divine wood prison. Of course, the effect would be better with the divine wood prison. What? Why aren't you dead? Xie Lu was shocked. Just now, he clearly killed the old tree, but now, why did the old tree suddenly appear again? But now, there was no time for him to think. Scorpion King Armor. Xie Lu circulated all the true qi in his body and condensed it into a shadow. A huge scorpion formed by the power of all things appeared and protected Xie Lu. Puff, puff, puff. However, the power of the Mad Python Sweep was beyond his expectations. Many of the thorns pierced through the scorpion shadow and sank into Xie Lu's body. How dare you hurt me when you're only at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm? You're courting death. Xie Lu was furious. Fortunately, he was at the 8th level of the fulfillment realm. If he was at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm, he would probably have died under this attack. Damn, it's amazing to have a powerful background. This divine ability is probably a top-grade fulfillment divine ability. Yi Xian exclaimed in his heart. Divine abilities were actually divided into low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade divine abilities. Top-grade divine abilities were actually the best of the high-grade divine abilities and were closest to the shattering divine abilities. It was precisely because of this that Xie Lu was not dead. Sword Blade Storm, kill him. Yi Xian roared in his mind. Scorpion King Armor. Xie Lu once again formed a giant scorpion shadow, but the power of the Sword Blade Storm was even stronger than the Mad Python Sweep. This giant scorpion shadow instantly collapsed, and thousands of blood swords swept past. Then Yi Xian heard a system notification sound. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. This meant that Xie Lu was already dead. However, even without this system notification sound, Yi Xian could see that. After all, Xie Lu's body was already riddled with holes, and even his head had been pierced several times. This Xie Lu was not Yi Xian. If he still did not die like this, then Yi Xian might as well kill himself by smashing his head against a wall. What Cthulhuism society, pooh! Yi Xian could not help but curse. However, this could not be blamed on the Cthulhuism society for being too weak. It was because he was too strong. When he used his trump cards, not many people could stop him. The reason why the Sword Blade Storm and the Mad Python Sweep were so powerful was because Yi Xian had consumed a large amount of killing intent and used killing intent explosion. Just these two moves had consumed half of his killing intent. However, after Xie Lu died, his killing intent increased instead of decreasing. It was definitely worth it. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and collected Xie Lu's corpse and universe ring. He also took out the faith crystal in Xie Lu's head. Let me see how many good things you have. Yi Xian began to explore Xie Lu's universe ring excitedly. However, to his disappointment, there was nothing in Xie Lu's universe ring except for a few thousand faith crystals. In total, there were only about 300,000 fulfillment pills. He was really poor. Damn, you are at least at the 8th level of the fulfillment realm, and an apostle of the Cthulhuism society. How can you be so poor? How can you face your Cthulhuism god? Yi Xian could not help but curse. He had used his trump card to kill the opponent, but he did not expect to lose so much. It seemed that Xie Lu had come out to wantonly distribute faith crystals, which was to expand faith. What a pity! Yi Xian shook his head. However, at this moment, young master, you can give these faith crystals to me. I have a way to purify them. After purification, you can use them. Chapter 1288. What? Little girl, you have a way? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Yes, I can absorb the purified faith crystal. It will be much faster than using natural treasures to cultivate, Luo Luo replied. At this time, Yi Xian remembered Luo Luo's unique heavenly loathing fox physique. Besides, Luo Luo was also a beast man like the scorpion men. Alright, I'll give you all of these. Yi Xian nodded and put the items into the planting space. He had already tried using the normal devouring method to absorb the faith crystal, but it didn't benefit him much. Now that Luo Luo had a way, he wanted to try again after purifying it. Let me try purifying it first. Luo Luo picked up a faith crystal in the planting space and began to purify it with her own method. Yi Xian sank his consciousness into the planting space and found that the black faith crystal slowly turned transparent. In the end, it turned into a transparent crystal. It's purified. Young master, see if you can use it. Luo Luo handed the purified faith crystal to Yi Xian. Yi Xian tried using a special devouring method and found that there was no other benefit. It only increased his cultivation by a little. It's useless to me. Give it to the old tree. Yi Xian shook his head. Luo Luo purified another one. However, the old tree couldn't even absorb it. Therefore, these faith crystals all belong to Luo Luo. If I purify and absorb all of these faith crystals, I should be able to reach the 6th level of the fulfillment realm at least. Luo Luo estimated. She was currently at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. That meant that she could increase her cultivation by 2 levels. This was still within a short period of time. It was indeed much faster than refining natural treasures. Alright, then I'll help you get more. Yi Xian nodded with a smile. Originally, he didn't want to get involved with the Cthulhuism society. However, he had no choice but to start investigating for various reasons. First, this scorpion men obviously came from the Desert of Despair because that was where the scorpion men lived. Coincidentally, the Xian Ming duo demons were also in that direction. Second, these faith crystals were useful to Luo Luo. Yi Xian could go and collect them. Therefore, Yi Xian had already formulated a plan in his heart, which was to enter the Desert of Despair. As for how to investigate, it couldn't be any simpler. Yi Xian just had to use the Eye of Revelation to see who had the faith crystal in their body. Of course, before entering the Desert of Despair, Yi Xian had to loot the City Lord Manor. After all, the City Lord and his wife had already fallen. Now that the City Lord's manor was without a leader, who could stop him? This time, however, Yi Xian was a little disappointed. Because Flying Sand City's City Lord Huang Ming had given away a large amount of treasures to the Cthulhuism Society, the City Lord's mansion was now very poor. Forget it, let's just enter the Desert of Despair. Yi Xian sighed. He then passed through Flying Sand City and entered the Desert of Despair. However, after he left Flying Sand City also became noisy. The City Lord of the 7th Stage Fulfillment Realm had fallen. The son and wife of the 6th Stage Fulfillment Realm City Lord had also died. Therefore, the 5th Stage Fulfillment Realm experts all formed groups and started to fight. As for who was the City Lord of Flying Sand City in the end, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to care. His current goal was to find the Cthulhuism Society as soon as possible and then loot the Faith Crystal to help Luo Luo level up. Of course, the most important thing was to find the Xian Ming duo demons to prevent future troubles. From the map of the Desert of Despair, the Xianming duo demons seemed to be in the desert of despair as well. Yi Xian sat on the back of Wei Zhentian, who had transformed into a sky dragon. He held a map of the desert of despair in his hand. The desert of despair was an extremely dangerous place. Very few people who entered could come out alive. However, the scorpion men lived in the desert of despair and were naturally familiar with it. Moreover, the reason why very few people came out alive was mostly because of the scorpion men. Xie Lu was a member of the scorpion men, but even so, he didn't have a map of the entire desert of despair. This map doesn't record the location of the Cthulhuism Society. It seems that I have to investigate. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. This map only recorded a few scorpion men tribes. The Cthulhuism Society's location was not recorded. However, if the Cthulhuism Society had spread beyond the Desert of Despair, then the tribes in the Desert of Despair should have been assimilated. In that case, Yi Xian could start his investigation from these tribes. He immediately rode the 7th level fulfillment realm Wei Zhentian towards a scorpion man tribe. Riding the 7th level fulfillment realm Wei Zhentian, Yi Xian only spent an hour to arrive at the first scorpion men tribe. Although he didn't know the name of this tribe, it didn't matter because the strongest person was only at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. After arriving, Yi Xian instinctively scanned with the eye of revelation. This scorpion men tribe wasn't big. There were only 500 people, but almost all of them were in the fulfillment realm. Only the little scorpion men were in the nether passage realm. Moreover, they all had faith crystals in their bodies. Even the children were no exception. Who is the leader? Come out. Yi Xian's voice spread throughout the entire tribe. Immediately, a 5th level fulfillment realm scorpion men expert flew into the air and stood opposite Yi Xian. Human, a mere 5th level fulfillment realm cultivator dares to shout in front of the Black Wind tribe? Who gave you the guts? The scorpion men expert said angrily. The scorpion men looked very similar to the human race. The only difference was that they had a long scorpion tail. Yi Xian looked at the scorpion men expert and glanced at him. As expected, he also had a faith crystal in his head. Eye of control. He immediately attacked without another word. However, he heard a system notification that he didn't want to hear. Ding. Control failed. They were both at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, and because of the Eye of Myriad Forms, the power of the Eye of Control was increased by a level. However, Yi Xian couldn't control his opponent. What the hell? Kid, you want to control me? The scorpion men expert immediately reacted and attacked Yi Xian. Wei Zhentian, capture him. Yi Xian gave the order to Wei Zhentian. Immediately, the green dragon that Wei Zhentian had transformed again, directly transforming into a green giant. Then, with a grab, it grabbed the expert of the scorpion race. What? The scorpion men expert was in disbelief. How did a heavenly dragon suddenly turn into a giant? Moreover, he was instantly captured. Human, what are you doing? Do you want to become enemies with the Black Wind tribe? An old figure floated over from afar. Yi Xian turned around and saw an old scorpion men expert leading several scorpion men experts over. You are all believers of the Evil God Society, right? Yi Xian didn't beat around the bush. What? Chapter 1289. Tell me how to find the Evil God Society. Yi Xian asked directly again. What do you want? The scorpion man elder's heart shook. He felt that Yi Xian didn't come with good intentions. You don't need to know what I'm going to do. You just need to tell me where the Evil God Society is. Yi Xian said. Although it was just a question, these scorpion men were all believers of the Evil God Society. Now that Yi Xian wanted to find the Evil God Society, they naturally wouldn't tell him. Plus, they didn't know. You dare to ask about the Evil God Society's whereabouts? You must be up to no good. You two, go and capture him. The Scorpion Man Elder said to the 2 5th-level Fulfillment Realm experts beside him. Yes, Chief. The 2 5th-level Fulfillment Realm Scorpion Men nodded and immediately rushed toward Yi Xian. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Yi Xian didn't waste time and attacked immediately. His body was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, The two fifth-level fulfillment realm scorpion men's heads were thrown into the air. Yi Xian didn't need to use divine abilities to deal with martial practitioners of the same level. Bang! At the same time, the scorpion man Wei Zhentian grabbed was crushed by Wei Zhentian. The scorpion man elder's eyes turned red when he saw the three fifth-level fulfillment realm experts in the tribe who were weaker than him die in an instant. One of them was even his son. He knew that the Black Wind tribe was in great trouble this time, but since they believed in the evil god, they naturally had to fight to the death. All warriors of the tribe, listen to my order and kill the enemy. The Scorpion Man elder shouted and charged toward Yi Xian. Although the Black Wind tribe only had 500 people, there were more than 100 third-level fulfillment realm warriors. In an instant, 100 people followed the Scorpion Man elder and charged toward Yi Xian. This evil god society is evil. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he ordered Wei Zhentian to attack. Boom! 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 In the sky above the Black Wind tribe, loud noises rang out unceasingly as corpses fell one after another. According to Luoluo, almost all of the people who believed in the evil god had lost their minds and were controlled by the evil god. Once someone spoke ill of the evil god, they would do their best to kill that person. Therefore, the Cthulhuism society did not exist for long before it was destroyed. In a short span of 3 seconds, Wei Zhentian single-handedly swept through the entire Black Wind tribe, killing over 100 Black Wind tribe warriors. The warriors of the Black Wind tribe were at least at the third level of the fulfillment realm. As for the others, they were not considered combat power. Seeing Wei Zhentian take care of all the experts by himself, the group of Black Wind tribe scorpion men were shocked. But the leader is dead. This human is too cruel. Everyone run. Human, the evil god will definitely punish you. Just you wait. The moment these scorpions swallowed the faith crystal, they became the slaves of the evil god. Therefore, they believed that the evil god was the strongest in this world. Previously, when the Flying Sand City's city lord and the others consumed the faith crystal, the effect was not as good. It was because the Flying Sand City's city lord was a human. Therefore, at the beginning, it was just a dream for them to subtly influence them. If it was the scorpion men who consumed the faith crystal, they would immediately become the most loyal followers. Hearing the angry roars of the scorpion men below, Yi Xian directly chose to ignore them. Survival of the fittest. He had long since calmed down. Immediately, he cleaned up the battlefield and kept the yin and yang rings. He left the corpses for their tribesmen to bury. Since he could not ask this tribe, then he would go to the next tribe. After all, Yi Xian's goal this time was to destroy the Cthulhuism society. Alright, his real goal was the Faith Crystal and the Xianming Duo demons. Beside the Black Wind tribe, there was another tribe that was slightly stronger than the Black Wind tribe. Yi Xian rode Wei Zhentian and only took 10 minutes to arrive. Similarly, this tribe was also like the Black Wind tribe. Everyone in this tribe had become followers of the Cthulhuism Society and became the Cthulhuism Society's faith power. Just like before, Yi Xian killed all those who wanted to capture him to gain merit. At this speed, I will be able to break through to the 6th level of the fulfillment realm in a day. On the way to the next tribe, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, on the way, he first heard a system notification. Chapter 1290. No problem. Yi Xian immediately summoned the old tree from the planting space. The old tree didn't have true energy and wasn't a bird, but it could grow a pair of wooden wings to fly. In less than a second, the 3 6th-level fulfillment realm experts were killed by the 2 magic treasures one after another. The universe ring also fell into Yi Xian's hands. Berserker tribe, send some capable fighters. The leisurely Yi Xian shouted at the sky. His voice was heard by everyone in the Berserker tribe. This was a provocation to the entire Berserker tribe. No one would dare to do this if they weren't strong enough. Naturally, the 7th-level fulfillment realm experts had to move. However, before they arrived, a lot of small fries rushed out. There were more than 100 of them, and they were ready to kill Yi Xian and the others. How dare you cause trouble in my Berserker tribe, human? Surrender, or you'll suffer. How many years has it been? Finally, a decent human has come. A group of people roared and charged toward Yi Xian. Noisy. Yi Xian finally couldn't hold back and summoned the double dragon sword bell. Then, a dragon's roar spread. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, countless people fell from the sky. Other than a few 6th-level fulfillment realm experts, everyone else had fainted. Those with lower realms even had their heads blown apart. So strong. The scorpion men at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm swallowed a mouthful of saliva. However, 2 figures were already charging toward them from the left and right. Rip. Bang. Boom. After a few sounds, only Yi Xian and the others were left in the sky. However, the group below them wasn't completely dead yet. Fortunately, both the old tree and Megatron could attack groups. The former's body extended countless spikes, while the latter turned into an arrow tower and shot wildly. Ding, host's killing intent has increased. Ding, host's killing intent has increased. Ding, host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian was in a good mood when he heard the system notifications. Among these people, the weakest was at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm, and the stronger ones were at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. With so many killing intent points added together, it was no less than the 7th level of the fulfillment realm. If I can exterminate all the scorpion men in the Desert of Despair, my killing intent value might reach the upper limit again. However, if I want to do that, I have to suppress my realm and not break through. Yi Xian thought to himself. The upper limit of killing intent would increase with the increase of devouring points and realm. Previously, Yi Xian had already exchanged for devouring points, so the upper limit of killing intent had increased by 1 level. However, the Desert of Despair was so big, and there were thousands of tribes. As long as they all went there, not to mention 1, even 2 was possible. At the thought of this, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. What he lacked the most now was devouring points. If he had devouring points, his combat bloodline, physique bloodline, and support bloodline would be able to fuse and become stronger bloodlines. Just as he was fantasizing, several powerful scorpion men experts charged out of the Berserker tribe. 3 of them were at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm. Is the real deal here? Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he looked at the 3 scorpion men experts in front of him. These 3 scorpion men at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm were the 3 leaders of the Berserker tribe. Human, why have you come to our Berserker tribe? The middle-aged man in the lead questioned. Nothing, I just want to find the location of the evil god society and exterminate them. Yi Xian shrugged and said, What, you want to exterminate the evil god society? What kind of joke is this? A mere 5th level of the fulfillment realm dares to speak so arrogantly. He's dead for sure now, the 3 leaders are on the move, he's dead for sure. The followers of the evil god outside were shouting and yelling. Not only that, the 3 7th level fulfillment realm leaders were burning with anger. They were the most loyal believers of the evil god, so they naturally wouldn't let someone exterminate the evil god society go. Kill, leave no one alive. The scorpion man in the lead immediately shouted and charged toward Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian was only at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, he felt that Yi Xian was perhaps the strongest of the 3. Come at me! Yi Xian shouted loudly as he directly used the ice and fire twin dragon sword formation. The other 2 were left to the old tree and Wei Zhentian. These 4 were all at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm, but Yi Xian was very confident in old tree and Wei Zhentian. Boy, how dare you disrespect the evil god, die! The great leader of the Berserker tribe shouted. At the same time, the scorpion tail behind him shot a poisonous spike toward Yi Xian. Child's play. Yi Xian didn't care at all, and his eyes flashed. Eye of decomposition. The broken wing's poisonous spike wasn't big, only the size of an index finger, but the poison on it could paralyze a 6th level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beast. Unfortunately, the Eye of Decomposition liked small things like this. Bzzzt. The poisonous spike was disintegrated by Yi Xian with a soft sound and disappeared. You're quite capable. Take this. The great leader of the Berserker tribe attacked again when he saw that his attack had failed. His weapons were 2 giant hammers, and every time he swung them down, they were magnified by the power of 10,000 mammoths. One hit was enough to heavily injure a 6th-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beast, let alone a 5th-level human like Yi Xian. However, this was only possible if the hammers hit Yi Xian. Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. The two Yi Xians respectively displayed their growth ability and easily dodged the two sledgehammers. Then, they spat out dragon breaths from the left and right sides. Killing Intent Explosion. Twin Dragon Roar. This move could be considered Yi Xian's current strongest attack. Seeing this, the face of the Berserker tribe's great leader sank to the bottom. He didn't expect a 5th-level fulfillment realm human to be able to unleash such a powerful attack. Don't underestimate me. The great leader of the Berserker tribe didn't intend to retreat when he remembered that so many tribesmen were watching behind him. He wanted to defeat the Twin Dragon Roar. Skyquake Hammer. The great leader of the Berserker tribe raised the two giant hammers above his head and used his true energy and power of 10,000 mammoths to form a square giant hammer shadow. Then he smashed it down. Boom! The giant hammer shadow and the Twin Dragon Roar collided, creating thousands of shockwaves. This move was the great leader of the Berserker tribe. It was a high-grade fulfillment divine ability, and the hammers were powerful to begin with. It actually blocked Yi Xian's attack. Unfortunately, Yi Xian could use his ultimate move whenever he wanted. He didn't need to worry about it at all. Killing Intent Explosion. Twin Dragon Roar. The two dragon breaths, one ice and one fire, merged to form an extremely powerful dragon breath. It broke through the shockwaves and blasted toward the great leader of the Berserker tribe. The great leader of the Berserker tribe was stunned. His reaction was clearly slower, and he was instantly hit by the Twin Dragon Roar. It's impossible. I can't die from this attack. Chapter 1291. Fortunately, Berserker tribe's great leader still had many clansmen behind him. They all used the power of 10,000 mammoths on him. An instant later, the Twin Dragon Roar ended, and Berserker tribe's great leader barely survived. If it weren't for those clansmen, Berserker tribe's great leader would have died under that attack. However, this could only prolong his life for a short time. Twin Dragon Roar. Another wave of dragon breath erupted. This time, Berserker tribe's great leader had no chance of surviving. After being swallowed by the dragon breath, he died instantly. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. 3 consecutive Twin Dragon Roars and 3 bursts of killing intent had consumed a lot of his true energy and killing intent. However, it was worth it to kill a 7th-level Fulfillment Realm expert. At this moment, Yi Xian glanced over from the corner of his eye and noticed that Wei Zhentian and Elder Shu hadn't finished their battle yet. His 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm was actually the fastest. Let me see how many good things you have as the great leader of Berserker tribe. Yi Xian used the power of 10,000 mammoths to grab Berserker tribe's great leader's universe ring and faith crystal. In comparison, Flying Sand City's City Lord Mansion was like a child in front of Berserker tribe. A total of 5 million prosperity pills? Awesome. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the 6th level of the Fulfillment Realm. After consuming so many prosperity pills, Yi Xian finally heard the notification that he had leveled up. 6th level of the Fulfillment Realm. He opened another natal palace in his body, and his strength increased by several times. At this time, the group of Berserker tribe scorpion men in the distance were dumbfounded. Their great leader, an expert at the 7th level of the Fulfillment Realm, died at the hands of a human at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. This was a challenge that surpassed their level, and 2 levels at that. Now that the great leader is dead, I think the 2nd and 3rd leaders, what should we do? Should we attack together? Are you kidding me? Didn't you see that human had a breakthrough? If we charge, we'll die. But if we don't attack, we'll be massacred after the 2nd and 3rd leaders die. Go! When has the Berserker tribe ever cowered? Several scorpion men roared at the sky and led hundreds of experts toward Yi Xian. Another bunch who aren't afraid of death, come. Yi Xian's fighting spirit was already burning. This time, he was going to face hundreds of people by himself. Yi Xian was like an arrow that had left the bow. He suddenly shot out explosively, and wherever he passed, someone would definitely fall. Although he didn't have a large group attack skill like the Sword Storm or the Berserk Python Sweep, no one was able to block Yi Xian's attack. Double Dragon Sword Bell. Twin Dragon Roar. Yi Xian was thousand dragons, thousand tribe. Boom! After a few dragon roars, the group of scorpion men experts all fainted. In the end, Yi Xian killed them one by one. The battle only lasted 3 seconds. In 3 seconds, Yi Xian had killed hundreds of Berserker tribe's experts. At the same time, Old Tree and Wei Zhentian's battle was coming to an end. After Yi Xian collected all the universe rings, faith crystals and corpses, Old Tree and Wei Zhentian finally finished off their opponents. The morale of the entire Berserker tribe fell to rock bottom. Right now, all of the Berserker tribe's experts were at the 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm or lower. They were no match for Yi Xian, the 3 gods of slaughter. It's over, it's over. Berserker tribe is done for. The 3 leaders are dead. We're the only ones left. We're going to be swallowed up by the surrounding tribes. Forget about being swallowed up, we might not even survive today. Please save us, evil god. The Berserker tribe was filled with cries and shouts. However, Yi Xian didn't want to kill them. He didn't want to kill the old, the weak, the women and the children since he had already killed so many experts. However, when Yi Xian received the 2nd and 3rd leaders' universe rings, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. That's the Lord Apostle. The Lord Apostle of the evil god sect has come to save us. This human is dead for sure. The Lord Apostle will definitely avenge the leader. For a time, the Berserker tribe was in an uproar. When Yi Xian heard these voices, he subconsciously turned his head to look. He just so happened to see a scorpion man in a black robe quickly flying towards him. In the blink of an eye, he stepped into his perception range. An evil god apostle? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Traces of killing intent burst out of his eyes. Yesterday, he had encountered an evil god apostle. It was that Scorpion Lu. Today, there was another one. This evil god apostle definitely knew where the evil god society was. However, it wasn't that easy to control an evil god apostle. I must defeat and capture him. Then I will use the high-efficiency flower to ask him where the evil god society is. Yi Xian thought to himself. Previously, he had the Eye of Control, so he didn't need to use the high-efficiency flower. However, this evil god apostle had the faith crystal in his head and couldn't be controlled. Therefore, he could only use special methods to interrogate him. Earlier, Yi Xian had already used the high-efficiency flower. This was still effective against the evil god apostle. However, it wouldn't be that easy to capture this evil god apostle. Because this evil god apostle was at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. What's going on? The black-robed evil god apostle asked loudly as he got close to Lin Fan. Lord Apostle, this human killed the 3 leaders of our tribe and hundreds of experts. He even said that he would destroy the evil god society. Lord Apostle, please avenge us. Lord Apostle, a group of scorpions from the Berserker tribe shouted. This time, the evil god apostle knew what happened. He turned to look at Yi Xian and said, "How dare you kill the evil god apostle in the evil god society's territory? Not only do I dare to kill the evil god apostle, even if the evil god was here, I would kill him without hesitation." Yi Xian looked as if he wasn't afraid of anything and started to fight with this evil god apostle. "How dare you? Since that's the case, I will capture you and offer you to the evil god as a sacrifice." The evil god apostle shouted angrily and attacked. "I think it's better to use insects as a sacrifice." Yi Xian also ridiculed and went to meet the evil god apostle. This evil god apostle was at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. His strength was not to be underestimated. He wasn't someone that Yi Xian could fight against right now. Chapter 1292. However, the storm of swords and serpent sweeps cooldown was less than a day. There were still 2 days before they could be used again. Hence, Yi Xian had no choice but to join forces with the old tree and Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian had no choice but to equip the golden radiant armor for a battle of this level. Die. The fiend god apostle did not plan to fight for long. He condensed a giant scorpion tail with his true chi and manifestation force and swung it at Wei Zhentian. The whip was so fast that it landed on Wei Zhentian's body. Wei Zhentian's bones fell apart. But so what? Wei Zhentian was Yi Xian's first treasure. As long as the 3 Yi Xians did not die, Wei Zhentian would be undying. Wei Zhentian reappeared. What the hell is this? The fiend god apostle was surprised. One died, and another appeared. No matter what, he had to kill. The fiend god apostle controlled the scorpion tail and swung it at Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian's bones fell apart and reappeared. This was already its 3rd life. Piercing strike. The old tree took advantage of the time when the fiend god apostle was attacking Wei Zhentian to launch his strongest attack. Petty tricks, you're going to die too. The fiend god apostle swung his tail and smashed the old tree into pieces. But in the next moment, the old tree reappeared. What? The fiend god apostle was shocked. It was fine if Wei Zhentian was still alive, but why was the old tree still alive? Piercing strike. The old tree launched another attack. At the same time, Yi Xian made his move. Twin dragon roar. Yi Xian, the old tree, and Wei Zhentian attacked at the same time. But the fiend god apostle's strength was beyond their expectations. With a single whip, all 3 attacks were destroyed. Wei Zhentian was smashed into pieces again. This was the 3rd time. So what if your attack is strong? Wei Zhentian is undying. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He released Wei Zhentian again. This time, the fiend god apostle knew where the problem was. So it's you, brat. I'll kill you first. The fiend god apostle's gaze fell on the 2 Yi Xian. Wei Zhentian and old tree were undying. Yi Xian. You found out. Yi Xian noticed the fiend god apostle's gaze. He could sense that this evil god apostle was much stronger than the average fulfillment realm 9th stage expert. If he had Bladestorm and Mad Python, he might have been able to take care of this evil god apostle. However, both skills were still on cooldown. It was unlikely that he could kill this evil god apostle anytime soon. Come. Yi Xian's eyes flickered twice as he put away the brilliant golden armor and quickly descended. 2. B. Dark Night Canopy. Yi Xian used a skill of the god-slaying bloodline. In this environment, his speed and combat strength increased. Brat, you do have some tricks up your sleeve. But do you think you can escape my spiritual sense? The fiend god apostle roared. Behind him, a long tail condensed from his vital energy and 10,000 mammoth force whipped down. Sand and stones flew everywhere, but it didn't hit Yi Xian. Fortunately, I activated Dark Night Canopy. Otherwise, my doppelganger would have exploded. Yi Xian couldn't help but gulp. Under such circumstances, he knew he couldn't use the ice and fire twin dragon sword array. What if his doppelganger exploded because he wasn't fast enough? Combine! The 2 Yi Xian connected and combined into one. Their overall strength increased by 50%. Unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. The combined Yi Xian wielded the Scarlet Flame Sword and slashed down. The Flame Dragon roared, but due to the difference in realm, the fiend god apostle blew it up again. Every time he attacks, he consumes vital energy. Let's see if your vital energy is limitless. Yi Xian didn't say anything else and directly turned around. This time, his target was the battle-crazed tribe. In fact, he made a mistake just now. He didn't expect a 9th stage fulfillment realm evil god apostle to arrive. Otherwise, he would have started a slaughter feast before killing the great leader. That way, his combat strength would have at least doubled, and it would have been much easier to fight this evil god apostle. Unfortunately, fate always played tricks on people. But it didn't matter. On land, Yi Xian had a 90% increase in movement speed. Plus, the shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon was a growth divine ability. The evil god apostle's attack couldn't hurt him. Moreover, Wei Zhentian and the old tree were constantly using their lives to deplete the evil god apostle's vital energy. Therefore, Yi Xian had a 90% chance of winning this battle. Of course, it would be best if nothing unexpected happened during this period, such as another evil god apostle. Seeing Yi Xian rush into the battle-crazed tribe, the evil god apostle roared, "Get out of my way!" Before he finished speaking, his giant scorpion tail whipped down, blasting a dozen or so scorpions from the battle-crazed tribe to pieces. In order to kill Yi Xian, this evil god apostle didn't hesitate to use any means. Although the battle-crazed tribe members were somewhat innocent, they still hated Yi Xian in their hearts. If they had the strength now, they would have definitely helped and joined forces with the evil god apostle to kill Yi Xian. Yi Xian originally thought that the evil god apostle would go easy on him because of these believers. He didn't expect the evil god apostle to be so vicious and kill his own people. It seemed that the plan had to be changed again. There are no more fourth-stage fulfillment realm experts in the battle-crazed tribe. If I start a slaughter feast, the effect will be too low, Yi Xian quickly thought in his heart. Since that was the case, he would go to the next tribe. "Kid, don't run," the evil god apostle behind him shouted as he attacked. "Keep chasing if you have the guts," Yi Xian shouted, occasionally turning back to release the peerless flame dragon slash. In terms of speed, Yi Xian was not slower than this evil god apostle on land. If he could maintain this situation and drag it out until the next tribe, then this evil god apostle would be dead for sure. Where did this kid come from? This is not the speed that a sixth-stage fulfillment realm expert should have. The evil god apostle thought. Yi Xian saw his thoughtful expression and couldn't help but curse. "Big Scorpion, is your evil god a pig? If you worship him, will you slow down?" In order to maintain his hatred, he had to curse. Otherwise, what if this evil god apostle left midway? "How dare you curse the evil god? Even if I have to chase you for a year, I will kill you." The evil god apostle was provoked and began to attack wildly. Yi Xian was speechless. This hatred was really easy to attract. He just needed to curse and it would be enough. Chapter 1293. Your evil god must be a cripple. Oh, maybe he has long legs too. A 9th-level fulfillment realm cultivator can't even catch up to a 6th-level fulfillment realm cultivator like me. Why don't you just kill yourself? Do you want me to carve a walking stick for you? These words fell into the ears of the evil god apostle. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He wanted nothing more than to chase after Yi Xian and stab Yi Xian 1,000 holes with his scorpion tail. Soon, the duo was far away from the berserker tribe. Yi Xian remembered that there was a slightly weaker tribe next to the berserker tribe. It was said to be founded by the younger brother of the berserker tribe's great leader. There were more than 1,000 people in that tribe, and they also had a 7th-level fulfillment realm expert. That was the place where the evil god apostle had fallen. It only took an hour to travel from the berserker tribe to the 100-battle tribe. Yi Xian did his best to weaken the evil god apostle during this time. However, judging from the evil god apostle's resentment and attack frequency, his true qi would be reduced by 1/3 in an hour. When that happened, Yi Xian would have the chance to kill him. Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't have used up so much of his true qi if he lured the evil god apostle alone. Wei Zhentian and the old tree also played a part in this. They were using their lives to wear down the evil god apostle. Damn it, what are this green heavenly dragon and the old tree? Why can't I kill them? The evil god apostle couldn't help but wonder as he chased after Yi Xian. Wei Zhentian and the old tree had died 100 times in total. However, they couldn't die no matter how many times they revived. Although the evil god apostle didn't know why, he knew that it had something to do with Yi Xian. All he had to do was kill Yi Xian. However, he couldn't catch up with Wei Zhentian and the old tree blocking his way. This kid's true qi seems to be inexhaustible. He can use it whenever he wants. What's his secret? The evil god apostle narrowed his eyes. Originally, he wanted to capture Yi Xian as a sacrifice, but after Yi Xian cursed the evil god, he wanted to kill Yi Xian to vent his anger. But now, he suddenly wanted to capture Yi Xian. This human had many secrets that the evil god would definitely be interested in. I don't believe that your true qi won't dry up. The evil god apostle decided to continue pursuing Yi Xian. Time slowly passed. Rumble. Somewhere in the desert of despair, a few figures were fighting. At this time, more than half an hour had passed. During this time, Yi Xian, the old tree, and Wei Zhentian were constantly attacking the evil apostle behind them. This caused the evil apostle to be unable to catch up and could only defend himself. This kid's Zhenqi and natal Zhenqi seemed to be inexhaustible. Could it be that he has a way to store Zhenqi? Along the way, the heretic god apostle racked his brains, but he couldn't come up with anything. Perhaps the evil god knew the reason, but how could he meet the evil god empty-handed? Right, there's 100 battle tribe up ahead. When the time comes, I can ask them to intercept this kid. The evil god apostle suddenly thought of this. Every evil god apostle had a territory in the desert of despair. He happened to be in charge of this area, so he was naturally familiar with the territories under his command. Coincidentally, Yi Xian was a human, so the evil god apostle guessed that Yi Xian didn't know this. But what he didn't know was that not only did Yi Xian know, but he also wanted to use the 100 battle tribe to kill him. Almost there. After a while, Yi Xian, who was acting as bait, thought to himself. It seemed that the time to kill this evil god apostle had come. This kid really did pass by the 100 battle tribe. Just in time, I'll capture you and present you to the Lord Evil God. The evil god apostle thought to himself. He narrowed his eyes and saw the 100 battle tribe up ahead. Evil god apostle, Xie Feng 100 battle tribe members, come out and welcome me. The evil god apostle shouted to the sky. Using his vital energy to spread his voice was much faster than the speed. In an instant, everyone in the 100 battle tribe heard it. What, the Lord Apostle is here. Quick, go out and welcome him. Maybe he came to our 100 battle tribe to choose people to serve the evil god. The 100 battle tribe was instantly in an uproar. They rushed out in the direction of the voice and saw Yi Xian and the other two quickly approaching, as well as the evil god apostle, Xie Feng. Seeing so many people rushing out, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. This evil god apostle really helped him a lot. Old tree, Wei Zhentian Luo, are you ready? Yi Xian asked in his mind. Sigh, we've died hundreds of times already. We're ready. Young master, kill this evil god apostle. Old tree replied. Young master, this evil god apostle has been chasing you for so long, kill him. Luo said angrily in the planting space. Alright, everyone get ready. Yi Xian nodded. At this time, the evil god apostle behind him shouted again, 100 battle tribe, help me capture this evil god sacrifice, there will be great rewards. When these words entered the ears of the 100 battle tribe's experts, their fighting spirit boiled. The evil god apostle was asking for their help to capture an evil god sacrifice. Instantly, this group of people charged at Yi Xian with bloodshot eyes. Yi Xian quickly scanned with his eye of revelation and found that only a dozen people in the 100 battle tribe had faith crystals in their heads. It seemed that they were the first batch of believers. When the evil god cult first started to spread, faith crystals were not easy to obtain, so they planted some in each tribe first. As the faith crystals were mass-produced, they were added one by one. This territory belonged to Xie Feng. This time, he came out with tens of thousands of faith crystals, preparing to convert everyone in the territory into evil god followers. This 100 battle tribe was one of his destinations. Xie Feng, you're finished. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh a few times and activated a skill, Killing Feast. At the same time, Luo suddenly appeared between him and the 100 battle tribe army. Let me show you my power. With the help of the purified faith crystals, Luo had broken through to the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. At this time, she muttered a sentence, and an eye of enchantment appeared above her head. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people were charmed, and almost all of them were 5th level fulfillment realm experts. Then, this group of 5th level fulfillment realm experts suddenly attacked the people around them. After a wave of attacks, dozens of 100 battle tribe experts fell from the sky. You charmed so many people at once? The evil god apostle was stunned. He had heard of the Eye of Enchantment before, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. At the same time, he was shocked. Where did Yi Xian find this fox lowly? But this wasn't the end. Chapter 1294. Eye of Control. Eye of control. Eye of control. After specially devouring 2 eyes of myriad forms, Yixian's heavenly eye had advanced once, and its effect had increased once again. Now, it could control a total of 30 people. Moreover, he was at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm, so controlling others of the same level was not a problem. However, the 6th level of the fulfillment realm scorpion men were the first batch of disciples, so Yixian could only control the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. If Luo Luo was included, the 2 of them could control almost all of the 5th level of the fulfillment realm experts of the 100 Wars tribe. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the 100 Battles tribe's crowd, a reign of terror was set off. Quick, kill them. Don't show mercy. The leader of the 100 Wars tribe shouted. He knew that his tribesmen were controlled by the enemy and had to be killed. At this time, Yixian had already received hundreds of system notifications. The Killing Feast's buff had increased to 50%. This meant that Yixian's combat power was now 1.5 times stronger than before. If I kill them all, the buff will increase by at least 2 times. Yixian suddenly sped up and rushed into the crowd of 100 Wars tribe. The 2 6th-level fulfillment realm experts, Old Tree and Wei Zhentian, followed closely behind. Killing intent explosion. Peerless flame dragon slash. A flame dragon flew out and attacked the 7th-level fulfillment realm leader of 100 Wars tribe. The leader of 100 Wars tribe thought that the evil god apostles were after Wei Zhentian and Old Tree, so he did not pay much attention to Yixian. However, he did not expect that Yixian, who was at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm, was probably the strongest of the group. In an instant, he was devoured by the flame dragon and turned to ash. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded. The leader of 100 Wars tribe increased the buff of the Killing Feast by 20%. If one person increased the buff by 20%, then 10 of them would increase Yixian's strength by 2 times and triple his combat power. Previously, Yixian had given Wei Zhentian and the others the order to kill all of them. After they charged into the 100 Battles tribe's army, they went all out. Including the dozens of 5th and 4th level fulfillment realm experts, the upper echelons of the 100 Wars tribe were all dead in just 2 to 3 seconds. Although so many people had died, Scorpion Wind was not sad at all. He only had one goal, and that was to capture Yixian. It just so happened that these people were holding back Yixian. Brat, you're dead. Xie Feng gathered all his strength and rushed to Yixian. I'm not the one who died. Yixian widened his eyes. His aura surged once again because all the people he and Luo Luo had controlled had committed suicide. At this moment, Yixian's buff had exactly doubled, which meant that he could exhibit twice as much combat power. Boom! Yixian and Xie Feng clashed at close range. Their lifeblood true energies collided and exploded into an unprecedented shockwave. Even Luo Luo was swept away. An hour ago, Yixian's attacks had been easily defeated by Xie Feng. But now, Yixian could actually fight Xie Feng head-on. This change gave Wind Scorpion a fright. How did this brat's strength nearly double? Xie Feng found it hard to believe. A bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart, and he smelled danger from Yixian. He'd originally planned to capture Yixian, but Yixian's strength had suddenly skyrocketed. That was why he'd attacked with all his strength. If he hadn't, he probably would have been sent flying. Brat, I don't care what you've done. I'm going to capture you and offer you to the demon god. Xie Feng's eyes flashed. The scorpion tail behind him shot out and stabbed at Yixian. The tail needles of the scorpion men were either lethal or paralyzing. There were only 2 kinds. But in comparison, paralyzing poison was much more useful than lethal poison. The poison took effect faster, and as long as the opponent was paralyzed, he could decide whether to kill them or cut them up. Yixian had seen Xie Feng's poisonous needles before. Those were dangerous things that had turned the old tree into ashes. That was why Yixian had been paying special attention to them from the start. You think I can fight with just my hands? Yixian sneered, his eyes suddenly flashing. Disintegration Eye. BZ. 2 disintegration rays accurately shot at the tail needles, disintegrating them instantly, along with a section of the scorpion tail. What? Xie Feng was shocked. If not for the pain in his brain, he would have thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. The tail of the scorpion men was the most difficult part to recover, especially the tail needles. "I'll kill you." Scorpion Feng was enraged. A powerful Wanxiang force suddenly surged out and directly smashed onto Yi Xian's body. Bang! Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and was instantly sent flying. But before that, his eyes flashed again. Eye of Nirvana. A Nirvana cut through the air. Xie Feng was shocked and dodged. Rip. With a crisp sound, Xie Feng's left arm was chopped off. He didn't expect that after suffering once, he would actually suffer a second time. But now wasn't the time to care about that. It didn't matter that he had suffered twice. What mattered was whether he would suffer again in the future. I only have 1/3 of my genuine qi left, but this kid seems to have endless genuine qi. I'm afraid Xie Feng's brain spun quickly. At this moment he suddenly had the thought of retreating. Where there's life, there's life. His life was in danger today. He might as well take revenge another day. Let's go. Xie Feng quickly turned around. He was at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm, and yet he was forced to retreat by Yi Xian, who was at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. It was humiliating. However, when he turned around, he saw two figures. They were the old tree and Wei Zhentian. "You think you can stop me?" Xie Feng sneered. "Then try this." Yi Xian suddenly split into two. Two heavenly dragons of ice and fire appeared and spat out their dragon breaths at the same time. Twin Dragon Roar. Xie Feng had easily defeated Yi Xian's previous attack, but now that Xie Feng wasn't at his peak, and Yi Xian was twice as strong as before, Yi Xian didn't think it would be easy to withstand this attack. So powerful! Xie Feng's expression darkened. He knew that he couldn't withstand this attack in his current state, but there was another kind of power inside his body. Hum! A slight sound was heard. The faith crystal in Wind Scorpion's mind suddenly trembled. Boom! The twin dragons roared and approached. Xie Feng didn't move and was devoured. However, Yi Xian didn't hear the system notification. This meant that Xie Feng wasn't dead. Chapter 1295. He's not blocking or dodging. He's still alive even after being hit. What trump card did Wind Scorpion use? Yi Xian furrowed his brow as he pondered quickly. He had estimated that Wind Scorpion wouldn't be able to withstand the dual dragon roar, but he did. It seemed that he had used some sort of trick. Yi Xian hurriedly used his eye of insight to take a look. He discovered that a protective membrane had actually appeared outside of the scorpion wind's body. It was precisely because of this protective membrane that Yi Xian was safe and sound. What's this? Yi Xian sized him up with narrowed eyes. As it turned out, this protective barrier was formed from the faith crystal in Wind Scorpion's mind. Soon, the dual dragon roar stopped. Wind Scorpion didn't die from the attack. Thank goodness we both have a strand of the evil god's will, or I would have died. Wind Scorpion sighed in relief. But when he turned around, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air behind him. Gotcha! Wei Zhentian and Old Tree combined into a tough armor that covered Wind Scorpion's body. What? Wind Scorpion didn't notice that his consciousness was completely blocked when he was swallowed by the dual dragon roar. Get lost. Furious, Wind Scorpion circulated his true qi and shook it. Bam! The armor formed by Wei Zhentian and Old Tree had 2 layers of protection. Wind Scorpion's lifeblood true qi and 10,000 mammoths power couldn't shake it off even once. He couldn't even move. His true qi was completely blocked. In the distance, Yi Xian had already gathered a second wave of true qi. As the 2 heavenly dragons opened their mouths, another dual dragon roar roared out. Boom! This time, Wind Scorpion couldn't block it and was instantly swallowed. Of course, Wei Zhentian and Old Tree had unlocked the armor before this, exposing Wind Scorpion's front so that he could take the full brunt of the attack. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Finally, the system's notification rang, proving that Wind Scorpion was really dead this time. It's not easy to kill a 9th level fulfillment realm cultivator. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. Sigh, this old man has lived for so long, but this is the first time I've been accidentally killed by my own people. It's also the first time I've died hundreds of times in one day. The old tree's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. The old tree and Wei Zhentian, who had been refined into magic treasures, would instantly repair their bodies in the artifact space every time they died. This time, in order to let Yi Xian kill Scorpion Wind, the old tree and Wei Zhentian both volunteered to go up. However, old tree and Wei Zhentian had been killed by Scorpion Wind several hundred times before coming here, so this wasn't a big deal. Thank you, old tree. Yi Xian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Then he used the power of all creations to retrieve Wind Scorpion's Faith Crystal and Cosmos Ring. This piece of Faith Crystal was the largest piece that Yi Xian had ever seen. It was even bigger than the Berserker tribe's leader. It was estimated that its value was not low. However, compared to the Faith Crystal in the interspatial ring, it was simply not worth mentioning. Holy shit, more than 20,000 Faith Crystals? Yi Xian jumped in fright. This vote was more than the Faith Crystals he had received before. With these Faith Crystals, I can at least reach the 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Luo Luo said. Alright, take it and purify it slowly. Since only Luo Luo could absorb the Faith Crystals, Yi Xian threw all of them to Luo Luo. Next, it was time to examine the Evil God Apostle's interspatial ring. To Yi Xian's surprise, the interspatial ring contained a large amount of ores. Ding, Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is currently at the 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Yi Xian consumed these ores without hesitation. Then, Wei Zhentian broke through first and reached the 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm. What's going on? Why does this Evil God Apostle have so many ores? Is he trying to forge something? Yi Xian was very surprised. Then he found another item in the interspatial ring. It was a map. There was only one mark on this map. It was in the shape of a round table. However, the remark next to the mark caused Yi Xian to tremble. The Evil God's altar? Yi Xian murmured and guessed, are these ores to be used to forge the Evil God's altar? When he thought up to this point, Yi Xian hurriedly asked Luo Luo, who had inherited memories. The Evil God's altar? Luo Luo thought for a moment and then answered, the Evil God is the ancestor of the Scorpion Man race. However, the Evil God cult was destroyed last time, so the power of faith was lost. Now that the Evil God has reappeared, he can mass-produce the Evil God's faith crystals as long as this altar is built. Not only that, the believers can come to this Evil God's altar to worship and contribute their power of faith to the Evil God. They can then obtain strength feedback. She explained very clearly. Yi Xian and Old Tree understood immediately. This means that the Evil God's altar hasn't been built yet. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and began to think. Oh, that's right. The Evil Gods will can only descend after the Evil God's altar is built. At that time, there may be a person who carries the Evil God's will. Luo Luo suddenly said. Is the Evil God's will just a remnant thought? Yi Xian frowned and asked. Although I don't know what realm the Evil God is at, he can easily create countless remnant thoughts. However, there's no need to worry now because even if it's just a remnant thought, not just anyone can carry it. Unless the person's realm is high, they have to find a specific physique. Luo Luo continued. Yi Xian could understand this. If a remnant of the Evil God's will was separated and carried by a Manifestation Realm martial practitioner, the Manifestation Realm martial practitioner's soul would be instantly obliterated. The martial practitioner might even explode and die. Simply put, the carrier's realm couldn't be too low. Let's not talk about this for now. Right now, the Evil God cult in the Desert of Despair wants to build the Evil God's altar. If they succeed, the Evil God cult will expand in this area and it will be very disadvantageous to the surrounding forces. Yi Xian didn't care so much for the time being. He wasn't a saint and those people's lives had nothing to do with him. However, he needed the Evil God cult's faith crystal, so he had to go and take a look. Most importantly, the direction of the Evil God's altar seemed to be the same as the Xianming duo. Moreover, the distance was about the same. Xianming duo, I've finally found you. Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. He never thought that there would be such a coincidence in this world. He was thinking, could the Xianming duo be helping the Evil God cult build the Evil God's altar? No matter what, Yi Xian had found a clue. The evil god's altar was very important to the evil god cult, so the evil god cult should be there. Therefore, his next target was the evil god's altar. With my speed, I'll need at least 2 days to get there. This is just right. The cooldown of Bladestorm and Wild Python's sweep will be over. Chapter 1296. Yi Xian would only dare to go to the evil god's altar when his 2 trump cards, Bladestorm and Wild Python, were off cooldown. After all, if an evil god apostle was at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm, then the evil god cult leader in the Desert of Despair must be at the 4th level of the piercing realm, the fragmentation realm. The fulfillment realm opened 9 natal palaces and condensed one's natal true energy. The fragmentation realm shattered all 9 natal palaces and used their natal true energy to strengthen their physique. The first level of the fragmentation realm shattered 1 natal palace, the second level shattered 2 natal palaces, and the 9th level shattered all 9 natal palaces. The gap between the realms was huge. I'm only at the 6th level of the fulfillment realm. I'm afraid I'll be instantly killed by a fragmentation realm expert. That's why I must reach the 7th level of the fulfillment realm or even the 8th level before going to the evil god's altar. Yi Xian thought to himself. Fortunately, it would take at least 2 days to reach the evil god's altar from here. It wouldn't be a problem for him to reach the 7th level of the fulfillment realm in 2 days. Yi Xian glanced at the group of scorpion men from the 100 War tribe who were shocked to the point of losing their souls, then directly flew into the distance. Under normal circumstances, Yi Xian didn't want to attack the old, weak, women and children. Yi Xian had finally found a clue to the Dark Nether duo demons, so he naturally had to follow quickly. Otherwise, there would be no end to the trouble. They could make Yi Xian unable to move with a single order. The evil god's altar was to be built in a dangerous place in the Desert of Despair. This dangerous place was called the Valley of Despair, and there were many dangerous heaven-piercing beasts there. However, since the evil god cult wanted to build the evil god's altar there, they naturally had to kill or drive away those heaven-piercing beasts. On the way to the Valley of Despair, Yi Xian intentionally searched for the Scorpion Men tribes. Some of these Scorpion Men tribes only had the upper echelons become believers, while some were full of evil god cult members. Yi Xian didn't show the slightest bit of mercy towards these people from the Evil God Society because he'd heard some things about the Evil God Society from Luo Luo. The Evil God cult was very terrifying once they spread, because they captured people wantonly and then forcibly planted faith crystals. This method was a little similar to Yi Xian's Eye of Control. Previously, he had used the Eye of Control to make the controlled person lure others out. However, Yi Xian was only one person, so the effect was much worse than that of the evil god cult. Moreover, the evil god cult members would annihilate the entire tribe and the entire sect if they heard anyone say anything bad about the evil god. Very quickly, a day after Yi Xian rushed to the evil god's altar, he finally broke through to the 7th level of the fulfillment realm. At the same time, Luo Luo and Elder Shu had also broken through. The former had broken through to the 7th level of the fulfillment realm, and the latter had broken through to the 8th level of the fulfillment realm just like Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian was practically invincible in the fulfillment realm, but he wasn't confident in dealing with a fragmentation realm cultivator. After another day, Yi Xian finally arrived at the vicinity of the evil god's altar, the Wall of Despair. He didn't dare to get any closer because there were people all around him. Yi Xian couldn't help but be speechless. Yi Xian saw a lot of evil god apostles with the Eye of Revelation. They were all at least at the 8th level of the fulfillment realm, and there were many at the 9th level. There were more than 300 of them, and at least 50 of them were at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. At the same time, Yi Xian also saw a few people that even he couldn't see through. Fragmentation realm. Fragmentation realm as expected. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva as he hid in a dark corner and observed. He looked around and calculated that there were about 4 fragmentation realm experts. There was also a black-robed man who looked even stronger. It seemed that this black-robed man was the Pope. However, Yi Xian wasn't most concerned about the evil god cult right now. The Xianming duo demons are under the evil god's altar. Yi Xian saw the bloody word kill. He thought that the Xianming duo demons were helping the evil god cult, but now it seemed that they were captured and sacrificed to the evil god. The Xianming duo demons were suppressed by the altar. Yi Xian couldn't use the Eye of Assassination to teleport them down. Even if he couldn't come out. I don't have a random mission now. Killing the Xianming duo demons is just fulfilling my promise to Mo Shui. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this. His plan was to destroy the evil god cult first, then kill the Xianming duo demons to settle a knot in his heart. However, at this moment, the sound of a system notification suddenly rang out. Ding! Host has triggered a random mission. Destroy the evil god's altar before it's completed. Countdown to completion of the evil god's altar, 1 day and 3 hours. This random mission shocked Yi Xian. Destroy the evil god's altar in 1 day? That was too difficult. Yi Xian clenched his teeth as he pondered in his heart. With our current strength, if we were to kill our way out, we wouldn't even be able to deal with these evil god apostles. Unless those few fragmentation realm experts aren't here. If they couldn't even deal with these evil gods apostles, how could they deal with those fragmentation realm experts? Destroying the evil god's altar was a fantasy mission. However, since this random mission appeared, it meant that he had a chance of completing it. Wait! At this time, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. The evil god's altar had a countdown of 1 day and 3 hours. If he went to disturb it, the construction speed would slow down, and then the construction time would increase. I see. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He had completed many random missions, but at the same time, he had also failed a few. But every time, he had to complete a random mission. He was determined to complete this evil god's altar mission. The sky is going to darken soon. This is beneficial to me. Yi Xian had the god-slaying bloodline, and the assassination status of the god-slaying bloodline was very useful. It gave Yi Xian a powerful concealment skill, and even increased his movement speed and combat strength under the cover of night. It was a divine skill. But at this time, he suddenly thought of another problem. Why didn't the random mission mention the reward this time? Could it be that the reward for completing this random mission is not fixed and will change according to the time I complete it? If I can destroy the evil god's altar in 1 hit, then I can get the best reward. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood. Now, he didn't dare to hesitate and immediately sneaked over. At the same time, he quickly formulated a plan in his mind. This environment was very suitable for assassination. If there was a bait, then it would be even better. As for the bait, it was naturally the 2 undying treasures, Wei Zhentian and the old tree. This evil god's altar is so big. If you devour it, young master, you might be able to break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. The old tree laughed in his mind. Old tree, I'll have to trouble you to be the bait later. Chapter 1297. It doesn't matter. I've already gotten used to it. If we can take down the evil god altar, the little girl might be able to obtain a large amount of faith crystals and break through to the fragmentation realm. Old Tree said. Indeed, this battle was extremely important. Therefore, Yi Xian had to be fully prepared. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if a fragmentation realm expert appeared. The time after the random mission was decreasing bit by bit. This time would change according to the changes in reality. For example, during the construction of the evil god altar, if a 9th level fulfillment realm evil god apostle suddenly broke through to the fragmentation realm, the construction speed would be greatly reduced. After all, after the evil god apostle broke through, the construction speed of the evil god altar would increase. As for the time required to complete the random mission, Yi Xian had already noted it down. At this time, several seconds had already passed. For the sake of convenience, I will first locate the 4 directions of the evil god altar and weaken their strength bit by bit. Yi Xian thought inwardly. He began to circle around the evil god altar and left a location in the void. The current eye of the void could locate a total of 6 locations. The evil god altar had to refresh 4 locations. The last location was 1 hour away from the evil god altar. Yi Xian set that location as a safety precaution. A few minutes later, Yi Xian successfully located the location. Then, the next step was to start the operation. Old Tree, I'll have to trouble you, Yi Xian said to Old Tree. No problem. Wei Zhentian, follow me. Old Tree nodded and then left with Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian, on the other hand, fled into the darkness. Rumble. Soon, a series of rumbling sounds came from not far away. This was the sound of Old Tree and Wei Zhentian fighting. The commotion attracted the attention of the group of evil god apostles who were building the evil god altar. I reckon that some of them slipped through the net. You guys, go and take a look. A 9th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostle said to a few 8th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostles around him. The fish that escaped the net he was referring to were the heaven-reaching beasts in the Wall Valley of Despair. Before they built the evil god altar, they had killed or driven away all the heaven-reaching beasts in the Wall Valley of the evil god. Yes. In an instant, 3 fiend god apostles left the fiend god altar and flew over. The Old Tree and Wei Zhentian were still moving, attracting the attention of these 3 people. However, what the 3 of them did not know was that danger was quietly approaching them. When they were some distance away from the evil god altar, Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, suddenly made his move. Rip! 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 3 crisp sounds rang in the air as Yi Xian beheaded all 3 8th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostles. Triple kill! After that, the Old Tree and Wei Zhentian stopped for the time being. Yi Xian quickly collected the corpse and the universe ring. Then he glanced at the mission panel. These 3 people died, but the construction of the evil god's altar was not delayed? Yi Xian was shocked. He thought about it for a moment. It seemed that these 3 people had not contributed to the construction of the evil god altar. Or rather, there was too much manpower for the construction of the evil god altar. Old Tree, Wei Zhentian, you 2 continue, Yi Xian said in his mind. At the evil god altar. Why is it not done yet? You guys, go and take a look. The 9th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostle ordered a few more apostles to go over. He guessed that the 9th-level Fulfillment Realm heaven-reaching beast was the cause. Very soon, 4 more 8th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostles flew over. However, they were all killed by Yi Xian not long after. At this time, a minute had passed. Yi Xian had killed 7 8th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostles, but he was unable to delay the construction of the evil god altar. The 9th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostle was surprised when he saw that the 7 of them had not returned. He decided to take action himself. That 9th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostle is coming. Old Tree, Wei Zhentian, stay away, Yi Xian hurriedly reminded them. He could kill an 8th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostle without being discovered. However, it was not that easy to kill a 9th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostle. It would be bad if he was exposed. Therefore, he had to keep a distance even if it would waste some time. After Old Tree and Wei Zhentian received the order, they fought and ran at the same time. The 9th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostle focused on the direction of the sound and let down his guard. Yi Xian calculated the distance and then sneaked over. Eye of Glory. Killing Intent Eruption. Twin Dragon Roar. Suddenly, the sound of wind appeared. What? The 9th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostle was shocked. He turned his head and was shocked. He could not block this power. Fortunately, he had a life-saving skill. With the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian saw the faith crystal in his target's mind tremble violently. Then, a strange energy enveloped his target. Boom! The Twin Dragon Roar devoured the 9th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostle but could not hurt him. However, even if he could block it once, could he block it a second time? When the Twin Dragon Roar stopped, Yi Xian happened to gather a second batch of vital energy. At the same time, the Old Tree and Wei Zhentian were recalled by Yi Xian and appeared next to the 9th-level Fulfillment Realm evil god apostle. Before the evil god apostle could react, they turned into 2 layers of shackles and trapped him. Killing Intent Eruption. Twin Dragon Roar. This attack killed 3 people. Wei Zhentian and the Old Tree died to this attack again. They were accidentally killed by Yi Xian a second time. However, the moment they died, they were reborn in the artifact space. This time, the commotion was bigger, So Yi Xian hurriedly put away the items and slipped into the darkness. 9th level fulfillment realm is the 9th level fulfillment realm. There are still a lot of ores and materials in the universe ring. A few more attacks and Wei Zhentian will be able to break through to the 9th level fulfillment realm. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought as he moved. If Wei Zhentian broke through to the 9th level fulfillment realm, he would have a higher chance of winning against a fragmentation realm expert. At the same time, after the 9th level fulfillment realm evil god apostle died, Yi Xian quickly glanced at the quest panel and found that the time on it had finally been extended. There were hundreds of 8th level fulfillment realm evil god apostles, and only 59th level fulfillment realm evil god apostles. Now that one of them was dead, the construction of the evil god altar would naturally slow down. If I kill all the evil god cult members, then the construction time will be extended indefinitely. I wonder how much longer it will take if I kill a fragmentation realm expert. Yi Xian continued to think. The current random quest had a total of 2 times. The first was the construction time of the evil god altar. This could change. It could be faster or longer. Chapter 1298. Yi Xian had caused a huge commotion just now. Someone at the evil god altar must have noticed it, so this time, Yi Xian wanted to change the angle. The evil god altar was very big, and there were all kinds of patterns on it. The evil god cult would need to kill a lot of sacrifices, hang up their blood, and then set up a formation. The blood would flow to the blood pool at the center of the evil god altar, and inside the blood pool was a statue of the evil god. Of course, the statue of the evil god was still under construction. In short, Yi Xian had to kill these evil god apostles to delay the construction time. Yi Xian went along the evil god altar to another corner, and then used the same method as before. He first made some noise to lure the evil god apostles over, and then killed them one by one. Earlier, Yi Xian had divided the evil god altar into 4 big areas, and each big area had 3 corners. There were a total of 12 corners, and it was a bit like a clock. Just now, he was at the 6 o'clock direction, but this time, he directly skipped the 5 o'clock direction and came to the 4 o'clock direction corner, just in case. Rumble! Wei Zhentian and Old Tree were fighting one-on-one, and the commotion here attracted the attention of the evil god apostles on the evil god altar. With his current strength, as long as he didn't encounter a fragmentation realm expert, then he wouldn't be a threat. As long as he had another breakthrough, he was confident that he could deal with a fragmentation realm expert. Soon, the 4 o'clock direction of the evil god altar was cleared out by Yi Xian. There was a 9th stage fulfillment realm evil god apostles, and 6 8th stage fulfillment realm evil god apostles. These people were just a hair from 9 oxen compared to the total number of people on the altar, so they wouldn't attract the attention of others for the time being. After clearing out the 4 o'clock direction, Yi Xian skipped the 3 o'clock and came to the 2 o'clock direction. Then, he used the same method to deal with the evil god apostles on this side of the altar. I've dealt with 3 batches in total, and finally delayed the construction for an hour. Yi Xian thought to himself. He spent 15 minutes to kill 3 9th stage fulfillment realm evil god apostles and 28th stage fulfillment realm evil god apostles, and successfully delayed the construction of the evil god altar to 1 day and 4 hours. Although it seemed like there was plenty of time, don't forget that the reward was calculated from the moment the random quest was accepted. The reward would become worse and worse as time passed. In order to obtain a better reward, Yi Xian didn't want to be negligent for even a moment. 12 o'clock direction. Yi Xian continued to move. This was his 4th target. In A's evil god altars 12 o'clock and Yi Xian's. And Yi Xian's. Yi Xian thought. And. Of Yi. Of course, Yi of him. If he, and Yi god. And Yi. And Yi 8. Zai Yi S. 2 to be. It wasn't impossible to destroy the evil god altar in 1 day. After the 12 o'clock direction was cleared, Yi Xian quickly went to the 10 o'clock direction and continued. However, in another corner of the evil god's altar, someone discovered something amiss. Strange. Where did the people go? A scorpion man wearing black clothes said with a frown. The evil god altar was so important that even he didn't dare to neglect it. Yet there were people who dared to slack off. They were courting death. He immediately rushed out, wanting to find those slackers and give them a good scolding. However, when he reached the outside, he scanned the area with his spiritual sense and found a trace of blood. This is the blood of my Scorpion Man race. Someone was killed. The Scorpion Man elder's eyes flashed. He quickly looked to the sky and shouted, "Everyone be careful. There may be powerful heaven-reaching beasts around. They are suspected to be in the fragmentation realm." Logically speaking, the heaven-reaching beasts in the Wall Valley of Despair should have been killed or driven away by them. However, now that there were casualties, his first reaction was still the heaven-reaching beasts. After all, they didn't spend too much effort to search the entire Wall Valley of Despair. His voice spread throughout the entire evil god altar and entered everyone's ears. At the same time, Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, also heard it. They found out that we're short of people? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. At this time, he just finished clearing the people in the 10 o'clock direction. If he had 5 more minutes, Wei Zhentian would be able to break through to the fulfillment realm. However, to be safe, he decided to hide for a while because the evil god altar in front of him seemed to be causing a ruckus. There are fragmentation realm heaven-reaching beasts in the Wall Valley of Despair. How unexpected! It seems that they are starting to fight back because we invaded their territory. Don't worry. We have 4 enforcers patrolling the area and an elder in the center. These heaven-reaching beasts won't dare to come in. If they come in, they will be sacrificed to the evil god. The evil god apostles chatted as they worked. At the same time, they were more cautious than before. At this time, outside the evil god altar, a fragmentation realm expert has started patrolling. Let's stay away for now. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he quickly retreated into the distance. After patrolling the evil god's altar for a week, that fragmentation realm expert once again returned to work. He believed that the shout just now had scared off that heaven-reaching beast. After all, heaven-reaching beasts were also intelligent. About 5 minutes later, Yi Xian continued to approach. Wei Zhentian can break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm after clearing 2 more corners. I still need to clear more than half of the area before I can break through to the 8th level of the fulfillment realm. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he moved again. Boom boom boom. Wei Zhentian and Old Tree started fighting again. The sound reached the evil god altar. The heaven-reaching beasts are here again? They really won't give up. Let's go together. With Lord Xiachong leading us, what can a fragmentation realm heaven-reaching beast do? A group of evil god apostles moved toward the direction of the sound. The 9th level fulfillment realm evil god apostle was called Xiachong. His realm was infinitely close to the fragmentation realm, and his strength was ranked in the top 10 among the 9th level fulfillment realm experts. The group was planning to kill the heaven-reaching beast together and then return to claim the credit. However, they didn't expect that it wasn't the heaven-reaching beast that was causing trouble, but a human. 7 8th level fulfillment realm experts, and 1 9th level fulfillment realm expert. It seems that I can't kill them in one hit. Yi Xian scanned with his eye of revelation and immediately saw through the enemy's strength. Previously, the enemy had only sent 3 or 4 people to deliver benefits. It was the first time that an entire squad had come. Well, since they've been exposed, then so be it. I have the Eye of the Void anyway. Chapter 1299. Eye of Glory. Killing Intent Explosion. Twin Dragon Roar. The 7 8th level fulfillment realm evil god apostles were gathered together. Yi Xian's attack was aimed at them. The 7 reacted quickly, but the twin dragon roar was even faster. It engulfed the 8 of them in an instant. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. 7 system notifications rang in a row, proving that the 7 were instantly killed by Yi Xian. What? Xiachong was shocked. He immediately raised his hand and attacked Yi Xian. His sword pierced through the air, but Yi Xian easily blocked it. Kid, what are you looking at? At this time, an old voice suddenly entered Xie Chang's ears, causing his body to tremble. Although he was very close to the fragmentation realm, he was still in the same realm. By the time he turned around, a thick branch had already pierced through his heart. However, before he died, he circulated his true energy and let out a sharp hiss. This hiss spread throughout the evil god altar, causing everyone to tremble. This was the language of the scorpion men. It meant that there was someone exposed. Let's go. Yi Xian did not say anything. He directly took Xie Chang's body and the universe ring. Then he broke through the void and left. He was currently at the 6:00 position of the evil god altar. This time, he broke through the void and was teleported to the 12:00 position, which was right on the opposite side. While the evil god apostles were distracted, he would sneak up on them from behind and kill them before they could react. Wei Zhentian is about to break through. Let's do it again. Yi Xian's confidence suddenly exploded. After he came out of the eye of the void, he directly led Wei Zhentian and the old tree toward the evil god altar. Previously, he had been cleaning up in a corner. However, after the people in the outer circle disappeared, the people in the inner circle took over. At the 12:00 position, there were 2 9th-level Fulfillment Realm Apostles and 8 8th-level Fulfillment Realm Apostles. If I kill you all, Wei Zhentian will be able to break through. This time, Yi Xian mustered up all his energy and directly charged towards the evil god altar. The evil god's altar was made of a special material that resembled bronze. Furthermore, it emitted a faint glow. With such a large area glowing without a single shadow, this meant that the passive effect of Yi Xian's assassination mode would be nullified. But so what? Killing intent explosion. Twin dragon roar. The two Yi Xian were clad in golden armor. They formed 2 heavenly dragons and opened their mouths. The 2 dragon auras fused together to form an extremely powerful attack. Ooh! The 2 dragons roared as they charged forward. This time, their target was not the evil god apostles at the 8th level of the fulfillment realm, but the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Be careful! Another 9th level fulfillment realm evil god apostle yelled. However, Yi Xian's sneak attack this time was too sudden. No one expected that there would be an attacker on the evil god's altar. Boom! The 9th level fulfillment realm evil god apostle was blasted into dust. Not a single one of them was left alive. But this wasn't the end of it. When the first twin dragon roar stopped, Yi Xian had already condensed a second wave of true energy. Killing intent explosion. Twin dragon roar. The target of this dragon roar was the other evil god apostle. However, the other evil god apostle was prepared. The faith crystal in the evil god apostle's mind trembled. Then, it released energy to protect him, allowing him to avoid the attack. Unfortunately for him, Yi Xian's 2 artifacts were already in front of him. Wei Zhentian and the old tree's tough branches formed a suit of armor and locked the evil god apostle in place. Twin dragon roar. This time, the evil god apostle was no longer able to resist. He was blasted into dust along with Wei Zhentian and the old tree. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Following a system notification, Yi Xian shot out and collected the 2 evil god apostles' corpses and universe rings. Then he swiftly left the evil god altar and slipped into the darkness. Then he tore through space and arrived at another corner. Who is so arrogant? When Yi Xian left, an old scorpion man rushed over and gave chase after him with a loud roar. Unfortunately, he didn't see anyone. The fact that 2 9th-level fulfillment realm evil god apostles had been killed so close to him was out of his expectations. 2 humans dare to disturb the business of the evil god cult? They are courting death. The old scorpion man gritted his teeth in anger. He swore that he would find Yi Xian. Meanwhile, on the other side of the evil god altar. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is currently at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, heard another system notification. Wei Zhentian had finally broken through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. It had only been half an hour, but Yi Xian had obtained great benefits. If he killed everyone on the evil god altar, then he could at least break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. I have too much experience. I probably need to kill 10 9th level evil god apostles before I can get enough experience. But now that I've been exposed, it won't be that easy. Yi Xian felt a little helpless, but he was bound to be exposed. After all, no one could do a flawless job, not even him. Right now, the atmosphere of the entire evil god altar was very tense. It was because 1/5 of the 9th level evil god apostles had died. More importantly, it had only been half an hour. If this continued, the evil god altar couldn't be built anymore. The 4 of you, go out and search. You must find the troublemaker. The evil god cult elder at the center of the evil god altar shouted coldly. Yes, elder. The 4 fragmentation realm protectors nodded and flew out in 4 directions. They began to search for Yi Xian's whereabouts. However, Yi Xian, who was in the assassination state, was very good at hiding himself. Even if a fragmentation realm expert's spirit consciousness swept over him, they might not be able to discover him. Moreover, Yi Xian could still move. He could use the Eye of Revelation to observe the enemy and keep a distance. Very soon, the 4 fragmentation realm evil god cult enforcers swept through the surroundings, but they did not find anything out of the ordinary. Has he already escaped? The Scorpion Elder thought in puzzlement. They continued to search, but still didn't find anything. Thus, they could only give up. Continue. The evil god altar began to be built again. At this time, Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, used the Eye of Revelation to observe the situation. Not good. The 4 protectors of the evil god cult are setting up a formation. Yi Xian's heart trembled, and his expression changed greatly. If this formation was completed, he would have to attack this formation first if he wanted to enter. This is troublesome. Yi Xian frowned deeply and quickly made a new plan in his mind. Chapter 1300. That's our only choice. Let's go in and harass them. Yi Xian thought and said in his mind, Old tree, Wei Zhenten, I will go in and harass them. You 2 focus on killing the 8th stage evil god apostles. Young master, are you going to use your big moves? Old tree asked. The ultimate move he was talking about was the divine wood prison and the wild python sweep. He estimated that if they were combined with the storm of swords, they would be able to take care of at least 10 9th level evil god apostles. This way, Yi Xian would be able to break through to the 8th level of the fulfillment realm. Let's gather them together first and then use them together. Yi Xian replied. Bladestorm and Python Sweep were extremely powerful AoE skills. Naturally, they had to be used after gathering the monsters. But Old Tree replied. Then Yi Xian instructed Luo Luo, Luo Luo, you will be responsible for destroying the evil god's altar later. Okay, but this evil god's altar doesn't seem to be that easy to destroy, Luo Luo said. Just do your best to destroy it. Buy as much time as you can. Yi Xian nodded. Even with a large number of faith crystals, Luo Luo still needed some time to break through to the 8th stage of the fulfillment realm. With her current realm, destroying this evil god's altar was a bit difficult. Yi Xian and the others prepared for a moment and then attacked the evil god's altar. The 4 fragmentation realm protectors inside the evil god's altar were setting up the formation. The black-robed man at the center was also forging the statue of the evil god. If Yi Xian attacked the evil god's altar, they would have no choice but to stop what they were doing to deal with him. However, Yi Xian was not confident that he could deal with a fragmentation realm expert. Therefore, he needed to break through to the 8th stage of the fulfillment realm before they could react. Kill! Seeing that it was about time, Yi Xian abruptly stepped into the evil god's altar. The moment he stepped into the evil god's altar, he quickly set up a spatial lock on the altar. This way, he could enter through the void eye even after the formation was set up. Killing intent eruption. Twin dragon roar. Without another word, he unleashed his strongest attack on a nearby evil god apostle. At the same time, Old Tree and Wei Zhentian also attacked from the left and right. Their mission was to gather everyone in this area and then use 2 big moves. Rumble. The twin dragons roared and instantly killed a 9th level fulfillment realm evil god apostle. Not only that, they also killed the 2 unlucky bastards behind him. 3 kills in 1 strike. However, this was not enough. Twin Dragon Roar. Yi Xian continued to attack, but since everyone around him had reacted, he prioritized attacking the evil god apostles at the 8th level of the fulfillment realm first. Another 4 died. The 2 humans have come out. Kill them. The nearby evil god apostles all gathered together and gathered their firepower. Not only that, but the evil god protectors that were setting up spirit formations in all 4 directions also noticed them. How dare you kill an apostle of the Cthulhuism Society? You're courting death. The Scorpion Elder immediately attacked. It was not necessary to use 4 people to set up a formation. 3 people would do as well. The Fragmentation Realm Cthulhuism Society Protector is coming. Hurry! Yi Xian urged in his mind. They're coming. Old Tree immediately responded. Earlier on, he had already tossed a Divine Wood seal to Wei Zhentian. Artifact skill, Divine Wood Prison. The 2 Divine Wood seals suddenly rose and extended countless vines. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 Cthulhuism apostles were surrounded. The Cthulhuism apostles were shocked. However, Wei Zhentian suddenly turned into blood swords and shot out. Sword Blade Storm. A bloody storm broke out in the Divine Wood Prison. However, before this, Yi Xian had already activated another skill. Slaughter Feast. Come, let me make a scene. Yi Xian's aura surged. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he formed 2 twin dragon sword bells. Killing Intent Explosion. Twin Dragon Roar of Ice and Fire. The Divine Wood Prison was also a sealed space. Therefore, this skill was the most powerful it had ever been used. Some of the 8th level Fulfillment Realm Cthulhuism apostles immediately fainted. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Old Tree also activated another artifact skill. Wild Python Sweep. In an instant, tens of thousands of sharp vines extended from the Divine Wood Prison. Rip, rip, rip. A series of crisp sounds rang out. Even if some people managed to escape with the protection of the Faith Crystal, they were still hit by the Sword Blade Storm's blood. As the Cthulhuism apostles died one by one, the Slaughter Feast's boost rapidly increased. In the blink of an eye, it had increased by 70%. At this point, 6 9th level Fulfillment Realm Cthulhuism apostles had already died. Killing Intent Explosion. Twin Dragon Roar. Yi Xian continued to attack. Then, he used the power of 10,000 mammoths to draw the corpses over. His cultivation base continued to rise. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Inside the Divine Wood Prison, there was a storm of blood. In less than a second, most of the Cthulhuism apostles inside were dead. At this moment, the Scorpion Elder had already rushed over. He threw a punch and blasted a huge hole in the Divine Wood Prison. When he saw the scene inside clearly, he was also subconsciously stunned. In just a second, so many people had died. Even he couldn't do it. Just as he broke through the Divine Wood Prison, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm. After the system notification, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed several times. At this time, the Slaughter Feast's boost had doubled. After all, after using the Slaughter Feast, the boost would increase with Yi Xian's cultivation. If Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the Fulfillment Realm, the boost would be doubled. In the next moment, if Yi Xian broke through to the 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm, the boost would still be doubled. Although both boosts were doubled, the difference was many times. This was because Yi Xian had broken through. Not only that, but the power of the Blade Storm and Serpent Sweep had also doubled. Fragmentation Realm, huh? Good timing. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he fused. When facing such a powerful enemy, he couldn't be careless. He couldn't split himself because it was easy to be defeated one by one. The 2 Yi Xian fused into one. His aura skyrocketed again. Brat, how dare you interfere with the Cthulhuism Society's business? The Scorpion Elder stomped his right foot and turned into a streak of light. That stomp even cracked the Cthulhuism god's altar. He was a 1st level Fragmentation Realm expert and had already shattered one of his natal palaces. After the natal palaces were shattered, his natal true qi would increase his physique. Chapter 1301. Shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon. Yi Xian flew into the air and swung his sword. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. A flame dragon roared out and attacked the Scorpion Elder. How dare you attack me when you're only in the 8th level of the fulfillment realm? How dare you? The Scorpion Elder kicked off the ground again and flew into the air. Then, he punched with his right fist and shattered the flame dragon. What a strong body. As expected of a fragmentation realm expert. Yi Xian's expression froze. A fragmentation realm expert could only use 100% of their strength on land, but they could only use 80% of their strength in the air. This 20% difference gave Yi Xian the confidence to kill his opponent. However, Yi Xian wasn't fighting alone right now. Sword Storm. Wild Python Sweep. The target of these two moves was the Scorpion Elder. Wild Python Sweep was fine because Old Tree was only in the 8th level of the fulfillment realm. However, Megatron was in the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. It was much stronger than Wild Python Sweep. Scorpion Shadow Whip. The Scorpion Elder gathered his true chi and manifestation power to enlarge his scorpion tail. Then, he swung it a few times to break the sharp branches. However, the Sword Storm had already surrounded him. The Sword Storm was as powerful as a fragmentation realm expert's divine power. After the Scorpion Elder was surrounded, he created a giant scorpion shadow to defend himself, but it was broken almost instantly. Charge. The Scorpion Elder's expression darkened. He threw a punch and opened a bloody path in the Sword Storm. However, he was injured because of it. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. So what if the Scorpion Elder was in the fragmentation realm? He would still bleed under his two moves. Continue, Yi Xian said in his mind. Then, the Old Tree and Megatron continued to attack. These two talisman skills weren't one-time use. They were time-controlled and lasted for about 10 seconds. 10 seconds was enough to kill this expert in the void-breaking realm. Of course, that was if the Scorpion Elder didn't break out of the Divine Wood prison. You want to leave? Stay. Suddenly Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Previously, because he was chasing after Nailin Bing, he had placed a death pursuit order on her. Now that Nailin Bing was under the Evil God altar, as long as he destroyed the Evil God altar, it would be Nailin Bing's time of death. Therefore, there was no need for Yi Xian to continue hiding. Death warrant. Yi Xian immediately left a fatal mark on the Scorpion Elder. This made the Blade Storm and Berserk Serpent even more powerful. Most importantly, Yi Xian still had a chance to get close to the Scorpion Man Elder, and that was the Eye of Assassination. I must save this Eye of Assassination for a critical moment. I must kill him in one strike. Yi Xian thought to himself. Now that he had the Blade Storm and Berserk Python Sweep, he had to exhaust them first. Bastard, take this. As the Scorpion Elder dodged, he did not forget to attack Yi Xian. This was a shattering mystique. Ghostly Frost Claw. A gigantic blue palm covered the sky as it smashed towards Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed. Ding! Ghostly Frost Claw copied successfully. When the system notification rang out, Yi Xian immediately circulated the true qi in his body and struck out with all his might. Ghostly Frost Claw. The two enormous blue palms collided, creating 1,000 layers of shockwaves that froze the surrounding vines and branches. This attack was a shattering mystique. Although Yi Xian had the growth-type Peerless Flame Dragon Slash, he was only at the 8th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Therefore, the attack could only be considered a high-grade Fulfillment Realm mystique. Its power was still weaker than the Ghostly Frost Claw. What? This kid knows it too? The Scorpion Elder was shocked. This attack was his ultimate move, and it had taken him 10 years to master it. How could Yi Xian know it too? Fortunately, he still had the upper hand in this clash. Yi Xian's Ghostly Frost Claw was defeated. Kid, you're still too inexperienced to fight me. Although the Scorpion Elder did not know why Yi Xian also knew this shattering mystique, he immediately gloated when he saw that Yi Xian had no intention of dodging. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared without a trace. Yes, he disappeared right in front of the Scorpion Elder. Even the Scorpion Elder did not know how Yi Xian had disappeared. What? Where did he go? The Scorpion Elder was shocked. In the next moment he felt a chill on his back. When he turned around, he saw a ghostly frost claw coming at him. Bang! The Scorpion Elder could not react in time and was hit head-on. His entire body was instantly covered in ice crystals, and he looked like an ice corpse. This is impossible. The Scorpion Elder did not die. He stared at Yi Xian in shock. He could not understand how Yi Xian could cross the distance and silently attack him from behind. However, he did not have time to think. Accept the baptism of Blade Storm. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and his lips curled up. This time, the Scorpion Elder was still alive? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. First, the Blade Storm swept over. Then, countless vines stabbed at him. After a series of crisp sounds, Yi Xian finally heard the system notification. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. The system notification sounded like the Scorpion Elder's last words. Of course, the Scorpion Elder was defeated because he had used the Shattering Mystique once. The Ghostly Frost Claw was an ice attribute attack and had the effect of freezing. The Scorpion Elder was frozen from head to toe, which was why he was hit by the Blade Storm and the Python. When the Blade Storm swept over, Yi Xian quickly put away the Elder's body with the power of 10,000 mammoths. There were a lot of things inside. There were actually 100,000 faith crystals, and they were not small. They were enough for Luo Luo to cultivate to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. However, Yi Xian did not have time to examine carefully. At this time, the other 3 elders broke through a large hole and rushed in. They happened to see the Scorpion Elder's body being put away by Yi Xian. How is this possible? Protector Xie Yongming is dead? He died at the hands of an 8th level fulfillment realm human? Go, avenge Protector Xie Yongming. The 3 fragmentation realm protectors of the Cthulhuism cult immediately rushed over. With the death of the Scorpion Man Elder, the Feast of Slaughter once again increased by 50%. Yi Xian's strength was 5 times greater than before he used the Feast of Slaughter. Even so, he was not confident that he could fight 3 fragmentation realm elites at the same time. Let's go. Chapter 1302. After him. The 3 fragmentation realm experts weren't going to let Yi Xian go. They sprinted across the ground and caught up to him in the blink of an eye. As expected, I can't outrun him. Yi Xian bitterly laughed as he directly broke through the void and entered. Stop him. One of them shouted, but he was still 1 step too slow. The eye of the void had already closed. The 3 of them almost vomited blood when they saw Yi Xian's aura disappear. A fragmentation realm expert was killed by a 8th stage fulfillment realm expert, Yi Xian. The 3 of them actually watched as Yi Xian ran away. This was an absolute humiliation. Find him, we must find him. The 3 of them immediately spread out and ran out of the evil god's altar. They believed that Yi Xian was nearby. Indeed, Yi Xian was still nearby, but he had already arrived at the other side of the evil god's altar. Yi Xian wanted to increase his strength while the Feast of Slaughter was still active. The death of the Scorpion Elder increased the evil god's altar's construction time by half a day. Adding the evil god's apostles who died earlier, the evil god's altar's construction time had now reached 2 days. One had to know that the evil god's altar's construction time was only 1 day and 3 hours when he accepted the random mission. Although the evil god's altar's construction time has increased, an hour has already passed. When he thought of this, Yi Xian charged into the evil god's altar again and began a frenzied slaughter. With his current realm, he could instantly kill a 9th stage fulfillment realm evil god's apostle even if he didn't launch a sneak attack. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen evil god's apostles died at his hands, including 3 9th stage fulfillment realm apostles. The Feast of Slaughter's buff soared again. However, the commotion just now had attracted the attention of the black-robed man at the center. What a bunch of trash. You can't even do something right. The black-clothed man let out a low shout and directly charged towards Yi Xian. You finally made a move. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian saw the suspected second-stage fragmentation realm expert charging toward him. His speed was at least 3 times faster than his own. Go! Yi Xian once again broke through the void and entered. Hua! The void door closed and the black-robed man missed. But in the next moment, he heard movement again. Ha! Catch me if you have the guts. Yi Xian's arrogant voice fell into the ears of the black-clothed man, causing the latter's expression to change. Even he could not see how Yi Xian had left. How dare you disturb my Cthulhuism society? You deserve to die. The black-clothed man rushed out again. However, before he arrived, Yi Xian had already killed several people. Then he broke through the void and arrived at another corner. The black-robed man at the second level of the fragmentation realm was actually played like a fool by Yi Xian, a mere 8th-level fulfillment realm martial practitioner. You 3 pieces of trash, come back! The black-clothed man shouted angrily. His voice was deafening as it spread into the distance. The 3 protectors at the first level of the fragmentation realm were still searching for Yi Xian. When they heard this, they quickly turned around and returned. At the same time, Yi Xian, who was at another corner of the Cthulhuism god altar, heard this and his expression darkened. If these 3 protectors at the first level of the fragmentation realm returned, then he would not be able to kill any more Cthulhuism god apostles. Flame Dragon's Peerless Slash. Frost Ghost Claw. Yi Xian killed a few more Cthulhuism god apostles. Then he broke through the void again. This time he was going to leave. Soon, the 3 fragmentation realm experts returned, but Yi Xian had already left. Xie Yangming is dead? The black-clothed man asked directly. The 3 protectors' expressions changed as they nodded and answered in unison. Trash, truly trash. He was actually killed by an 8th-level fulfillment realm human. Trash. The black-clothed elder could not help but curse angrily. However, he neglected one point. He was at the second level of the fragmentation realm, but hadn't he also failed to capture Yi Xian? The word, trash, was also suitable for him. Everyone, gather at the Cthulhuism god statue. The black-clothed elder continued to shout. Soon, the 300 Cthulhuism god apostles quickly gathered. Everyone, first finish the Cthulhuism god statue. When the Cthulhuism gods will descend, those troublemakers will definitely not be able to escape death. The black-clothed elder immediately ordered. Everyone responded in unison. Originally, they were working left and right, building the Cthulhuism god altar while forging the Cthulhuism god statue. Now, gathering everyone to forge the Cthulhuism god statue was much faster than the black-clothed elder doing it alone. At this time, Yi Xian, who was outside the Cthulhuism god altar, saw this scene. They're starting to forge the Cthulhuism god statue. Yi Xian's expression was not very good. With so many people gathered together, he could not kill anymore. Moreover, now that the Feast of Slaughter's effect had worn off, he did not dare to attack even if he was given the courage. Young master, that Cthulhuism god statue is made of faith crystals. At this time, Luo, who was beside Yi Xian, suddenly reminded him. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Just now, he had focused on killing people and neglected this point. He quickly swept the Cthulhuism god statue with the Eye of Revelation and found that it was really as Luo said. It was completely made of faith crystals. Why are they using faith crystals? Yi Xian asked curiously. The Cthulhuism god's will is too strong. Humans are usually unable to bear it, but these faith crystals can. I reckon that they first forged the Cthulhuism god statue and then used it to carry the Cthulhuism god's will. However, this is only a half-activated state. Only by offering the offerings under the Cthulhuism god altar can the Cthulhuism god statue be fully activated and carry more of the Cthulhuism god's will, Luo explained. This content was already beyond Yi Xian's understanding, but Yi Xian did not need to know so much. He only knew that if this Cthulhuism god statue was completed, then he would be in trouble. In that case, we must prioritize destroying this Cthulhuism god statue. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he looked into the distance. Now, he finally understood why the Cthulhuism god altar was so big. It was because this Cthulhuism god statue was comparable to a skyscraper. If the Cthulhuism god altar was too small, then the sacrificial ceremony would not be able to continue. Hence, the Cthulhuism god altar had to be bigger. Young master, you can destroy this altar first. This will buy you some time. Moreover, there should be many offerings under it, so we can rescue them, Luo Luo suggested. Yi Xian nodded slightly when he heard this. The Xianming duo demons were under the altar. Yi Xian reckoned that they were captured by the Cthulhuism Society and used as offerings. However, Yi Xian's death pursuit order had already changed its target, so he could no longer sense Nailin Bing's exact location. Moreover, the death pursuit order could only be used once a day. The Xianming duo demons are nothing. The most important thing is to destroy the Cthulhuism god altar first. Yi Xian thought in his heart and attacked again. Chapter 1303. Wei Zhentian, attack together. Yi Xian jumped onto the evil god's altar and said to Wei Zhentian. As for the old tree and Luo Luo, they were cultivating in the planting space. If they broke through again, then Yi Xian would have the ability to fight against a fragmentation realm elite. Killing intent explosion. Flame dragon's peerless slash. Yi Xian swung his sword at the ground, and a flame dragon flew toward the evil god's altar. The evil god's altar was built with a special method, and its defensive ability was quite good. Luo Luo's attack just now only left a few cracks. However, Yi Xian's attack power was much stronger than Luo Luo's. The evil god's altar shattered into pieces. Then, Wei Zhentian swooped down and devoured the shattered pieces of metal. Wei Zhentian, these are all yours. Yi Xian shouted. Although Wei Zhentian had broken through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm, he had not reached the peak of the 9th level yet. Moreover, when Wei Zhentian devoured the metal ores, Yi Xian did the same. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of the group at the center of the evil god's altar. He's come out again. You three, go capture him. The black-robed elder snorted coldly. The three fragmentation realm elites nodded and rushed out together. With Yi Xian's current realm, he could not fight one fragmentation realm elite alone, let alone three. Eye of the Void. Seeing the three of them coming, Yi Xian immediately broke through the void and went to the other side. Continue. Rumble. Another rumble came from the other side. The three fragmentation realm elites looked at each other. Then one of them stayed behind, and the other two turned around and rushed back. Splitting up, huh? Yi Xian glanced at them, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. When the two of them rushed over, he broke through the void again and went to the other side. This time, the two of them split up again, and one of them rushed toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he used the eyes of the void to head in the fourth direction. Originally, the Cthulhuism Society had 4 protectors who could guard the 4 directions. However, with the death of Xie Yangming, a gap had appeared in the Cthulhuism altar. Fortunately, there was still an elder at the heretical god altar. Brat, don't leave if you have the guts. The black-clothed elder shouted. Idiot, don't chase me if you have the guts. Yi Xian rolled his eyes at his opponent. After a few slashes, he left quietly. This time, he arrived at the evil god's altar. Eye of Insight. When the void gate closed, Yi Xian hurriedly scanned the surroundings with his eye of revelation. He discovered that the 3 guardians and elders did not move. They seemed to be guarding the gate. Too naive. Yi Xian smirked and said to Wei Zhentian in his mind, Little Tian, make some noise outside. Wei Zhentian immediately understood. This time, Yi Xian was going to use a diversion tactic. Soon, Wei Zhentian left the altar and made a loud noise outside. The Cthulhuism Society guardian on the south frowned and rushed out. However, Yi Xian approached the evil god's altar from the sky when he left. Idiot! Yi Xian could not help but laugh. Then he suddenly dove down. Ghostly frost hand. A huge palm came crashing down. Oh no! The Cthulhuism Society elder on the east looked gloomy and quickly turned around. However, he was still a little too late. Bang! The Cthulhuism Society elder's ghostly frost hand attack was slightly deflected. However, the remaining power still hit the Cthulhuism god statue. Crack! The left claw of the Cthulhuism god statue was smashed into pieces. The Cthulhuism apostle's mission became even more difficult. Damn it! The Cthulhuism society elder shouted angrily and threw a punch at Yi Xian. Whoosh! However, before this, Yi Xian broke through the void and left again. This huge fist shadow pounced on empty air. This time, Yi Xian's plan succeeded because he left a void tracker near the center. At this time, he passed through the void eye and arrived at the east side where the Cthulhuism society elder was guarding. Kacha! 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 The crisp sounds made the Cthulhuism society elder in the center grit his teeth. Humiliation! What a humiliation! A second stage fragmentation realm expert was actually played around by Yi Xian, an 8th stage fulfillment realm human. Where was his face? Boy, you will definitely die a horrible death. After this black-robed elder finished speaking, he suddenly took out something from his universe ring and threw it into the sky. Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Revelation, focused his eyes and found that it was a communication puppet. Not good, I have to shoot it down. Otherwise, if another fragmentation realm guardian comes, then my random mission will be almost impossible. Yi Xian's expression darkened and he attacked like lightning. Whoosh! Boy, don't treat me as if I don't exist. Just as Yi Xian attacked, the black-robed elder's voice suddenly rang out. He punched out and directly hit Yi Xian's chest. Not good, run. Yi Xian immediately made the decision to break open the void eye and turn around to enter. However, the black-robed elder's attack was too fast and directly penetrated his chest. You're still not dead? The black-robed elder snorted coldly in his heart. This stupid human had been pestering him for so long and was finally killed by him. He regained some of his face. However, what he did not know was that Yi Xian's vital point was not the heart. The void eye suddenly closed, and a rumbling sound came from behind the black-robed elder. What? The black-robed elder turned around and found that the body of the Cthulhuism god statue had suddenly shattered. Hi, you idiot! Yi Xian could not help but curse loudly. At the same time, the wound on his chest was quickly recovering. The black-robed elder was shocked. Yi Xian's heart had been penetrated, so why was he still not dead? Just now, Yi Xian was one step slower in order to shoot down the communication puppet. The black-robed elder just happened to want to use the communication puppet to lure Yi Xian into a trap. Then, Yi Xian indeed fell into the other party's trap. However, Yi Xian was playing hard to get because the black-robed elder definitely did not know his secret. When the Cthulhuism god statue formed by the faith crystal collapsed, Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he suddenly discovered an entrance that led to the underground. Yi Xian had previously asked Wei Zhentian to take a look, but there was an array under the Cthulhuism god altar, so the sacrificial offerings could not be released. Now, the entrance had appeared. Let me expand this entrance. Yi Xian suddenly shot out 2 beams of light and then split into 2. Dual Dragon Sword Bell. Killing Intent Explosion. Dual Dragon Roar of Ice and Fire. The Dual Dragon Sword Bell happened to cover the entrance. Rumble. This sound wave attack was like a shovel, shaking open the entrance. One more time. Chapter 1304. Buzz. The entrance was forcibly expanded to twice its original size. Let's go. Yi Xian did not dare to delay and hurriedly tore open the void to leave. Then, the black-robed elder arrived angrily. Guard this entrance. Kill whoever dares to come out. The black-robed elder immediately said to the 2 fragmentation realm protectors who had just arrived. Yes. The 2 immediately nodded. As for the third person, he wandered around and searched for Yi Xian's location. At this time, Yi Xian once again arrived outside the evil god altar and escaped into the darkness. He glanced at the panel and found that the mission completion rate was actually 70%. This gave him a fright. I remember that my mission completion rate was only 30% before. After the evil god statue collapsed, it actually reached 80%. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. He estimated that the completion rate of this evil god altar mission could reach 150%. 100 of them would be the evil god altar, and the other 50 would be the evil god statue. If I complete 150%, Will the reward double? Yi Xian suddenly thought curiously. However, this was a little difficult. After all, he was only 80%. Whether he could complete 100% was still a problem. Whatever, continue dismantling. Yi Xian did not say anything and rushed into the evil god altar again. Rumble. The sounds continued, but this time, the people of the Cthulhuism Society did not make a move. Ignore this human, guard the entrance. The black-robed elder said and just watched as Yi Xian dismantled the evil god altar. They had only built the evil god altar 5 days ago, but if the sacrifices below ran away, they would have to capture them for at least a month. After a while, the evil god society protectors and elders nearby would arrive. At that time, Yi Xian would not be able to escape. In the distance, these people from the Cthulhuism Society actually chose to guard and not capture me. How strange. Yi Xian was a little surprised. However, it was good that the Xian Ming duo demons were also below, so it was good that the evil god society was guarding. Before he left, he scanned the area with the Eye of Revelation and discovered that there were at least 5,000 offerings. Moreover, they were all at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm at the very least. Such a large batch of offerings was much more important than the evil god altar. This way, Yi Xian would benefit from it. Mission completion rate, 85%. Mission completion rate, 90%. Mission completion rate, 95%. System notifications rang in Yi Xian's ears one after another. However, apart from the Shattered Realm expert who was chasing after Yi Xian, no one else had come. Mission completion rate, 100%. Finally, the completion rate of this random mission reached 100%. Ding. Random mission completion rate has reached 100%. Host can choose to hand in the mission immediately or continue to complete it. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a strange light. The random mission this time was just as he had expected. Once the completion rate of the mission reached 100%, he could choose to turn in the mission. The highest completion rate should be 150%. Such a reward would definitely be higher than 100%. In any case, they can't do anything to me now. Continue. Yi Xian did not choose to turn in the mission. Instead, he chose to continue because the higher the completion rate, the better the reward. Mission completion rate, 105%. Mission completion rate, 110%. The system notifications continued to ring. However, when the mission completion rate reached 120%, several figures suddenly appeared from the horizon. Sure enough, someone is here. Looks like I can't continue. Yi Xian felt a little helpless. Although he had blocked the communication puppet of the black-robed elder, the other 3 had already sent it. Hence, it was inevitable that the evil god society would come to his aid. Eye of the Void. He immediately broke through the void and left the evil god altar. At the same time, he also turned in the mission. After all, time was ticking and the reward would only get worse as time passed. The void door closed and Yi Xian hid in a place 1 hour away from the evil god altar. Ding. Random mission completed. Completion rate reached 120%. Calculating reward. The system notification rang. Ding. Reward calculation complete. The host can choose 2 rewards. 1. The host and all objects in his body can be upgraded to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. 2. The duration of the Eye of Glory becomes permanent. 3. The Eye of Nirvana and the Eye of Disintegration merge. This time, the random mission actually had 3 rewards. This shocked Yi Xian. Most importantly, he could choose 2 rewards this time. First, he looked at the first reward. This would allow him to instantly break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. The same went for Luo Luo and the old tree. This way, he would have the qualifications to fight against a fragmentation realm elite. However, he could take his time to gain experience. For the sake of the long term, he would not choose this for the time being. Next, he looked at the second reward. It could make the duration of the Eye of Glory become permanent. This meant that after using it once, his true chi would permanently turn golden. In other words, he would permanently increase 1 level. He would not need to use the Eye of Glory every time, which would save a lot of eye power. As for the Eye of Nirvana and the Eye of Disintegration, this reward was also very good. Seeing this, Yi Xian made his decision. He would choose the second and third rewards. Ding. Confirm? Confirm. Ding. The Eye of Nirvana and the Eye of Disintegration merge. Ding. The host has learned the Eye of Nirvana. Several system notifications sounded in succession. Yi Xian immediately checked and found that the Eye of Glory had changed. It could be activated or deactivated, and it did not need to use eye power to activate it. As for the Eye of Nirvana, Yi Xian still wanted to try it. He immediately turned to look at the stone wall opposite him. Eye of Nirvana. Whoosh! The attack was still a silver slash, but it had the effect of the Eye of Disintegration. The Eye of Disintegration could disintegrate anything, even true qi. Now that it had merged with the Eye of Nirvana, it had unintentionally increased its power. Of course, the Eye of Nirvana had a second attack method, which was an invisible ray attack. Whether it was speed or power, it was stronger than before. The Eye of Nirvana, not bad. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Now that the random mission was completed, he did not need to rush anymore. He could wait for Luo Luo and the old tree to break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm before he went to the Cthulhuism Society. No, maybe he did not need to wait. Yi Xian checked the items in Protector Xie Yangming's ring and found a map. This map was bigger than the one Xie Feng had, and there were 2 Cthulhuism altars on it. 2. Chapter 1305. The Cthulhuism cult's enforcers are at the first stage of the fragmentation realm, and the elder is at the second stage of the fragmentation realm. That means the cult leader is at least at the second stage of the fragmentation realm, maybe even the third stage? Yi Xian thought to himself. With his current realm, he couldn't even deal with the first stage of the fragmentation realm. He was only able to play around with the second stage of the fragmentation realm elder because of the Eye of the Void. If he encountered the cult leader at the third stage of the fragmentation realm, he would definitely be captured and offered to the Cthulhuism cult. I can't go to the Cthulhuism cult for now. The other altar is also quite far away. I'll just stay here. Yi Xian suddenly dismissed the idea. The Xianming duo demons were still in this altar. Now that Nalan Bing's death warrant had disappeared, Yi Xian couldn't leave. Since he had promised Mo Shui, he had to kill the Xianming duo demons with his own hands. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He returned to the altar first and used the Eye of Revelation to look around. 3 fragmentation realm enforcers came just now. Including the original 3, there are 6 of them. There's also the elder at the second stage of the fragmentation realm. Yi Xian calculated in his mind. With his current realm, it was already difficult for him to deal with a fragmentation realm cultivator, let alone others. Luo Luo and the old tree will break through soon. At that time, other than me, the other 3 will be at the 9th stage of the fulfillment realm. I can deal with them. As long as I kill a few fragmentation realm enforcers, I might be able to break through. At that time, I should be able to deal with the elder. Yi Xian thought and asked in his mind, Old tree Luluo, how long more do you need to break through? I need about 3 hours. The purification crystal is too troublesome. This old man will need about 5 hours. Luo Luo needed 3 hours, old tree needed 5 hours, so Yi Xian needed to wait for another 5 hours. However, Yi Xian didn't want to stay here for 5 hours. He had learned the Eye of Destruction, so he wanted to test its power. Old tree, Luo Luo, you 2 cultivate first. Wei Zhentian and I will disturb them. As Yi Xian spoke, he once again charged towards the evil god altar. It was still night, so it was convenient for them to move. In another 5 hours, the sun would rise in the desert of despair. At that time, the passive effect of the assassination status would disappear. However, after 6 hours, those skills that had a cooldown of 1 day could be used again. For example, the Deathly Hunt Order, Divine Wood Prison, and so on were refreshed at midnight. Although the quest to destroy the evil god's altar had been completed, Yi Xian's Zhenqi was almost limitless. It was too unbearable for him to stay there for 5 hours. He immediately rushed to the evil god's altar and began to wreak havoc. It's you again, human. You're courting death. A middle-aged man from the scorpion race shouted and immediately rushed towards Yi Xian. Eye of Destruction. Unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. Yi Xian struck out with his sword. How dare a speck of light compete with the bright moon? The middle-aged man from the scorpion tribe mocked. The scorpion tail behind him suddenly enlarged. Scorpion Shadow Whip. Bang! Two waves of Xianxia collided, causing shockwaves to surge. The middle-aged man from the scorpion tribe did not expect his attack to be evenly matched with Yi Xian's. How was this possible? The effect of the Eye of Destruction is several times stronger than before. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. If the Eye of Destruction had not struck the Scorpion Shadow Whip first, the unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash would not have been evenly matched with the Scorpion Shadow Whip. This was because the Eye of Destruction was a fusion of the Eye of Destruction and the Eye of Nirvana. The attack had the effect of the Eye of Destruction and could disintegrate the opponent's Xianxia. Again! The middle-aged man from the scorpion tribe did not believe it and lashed out with his whip again. Afraid of you? Yi Xian snorted coldly and launched another series of attacks. Eye of Destruction. Unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. Rumble. This time, they were evenly matched again. Originally, Yi Xian's attacks could not defeat his opponent. However, with the Eye of Destruction, he was able to fight evenly with his opponent. It would be great if the Eye of Destruction had the effect of destruction. Every attack would have the effect of destruction, Yi Xian thought expectantly. The effect of destruction was just a figment of his imagination. However, it might really happen. Scorpion Shadow Whip. Eye of Destruction. Unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. Another powerful shockwave swept out. They were evenly matched again. In fact, Yi Xian had already copied the Scorpion Shadow Whip. This move was quite useful. However, he did not have the scorpion tail of the scorpion tribe. Was he going to use that thing to fight? However, in terms of Xianxia, Yi Xian was not inferior to the middle-aged man from the scorpion tribe. However, his opponent was in the fragmentation realm after all. His physique was much stronger than his. Hence, he would be in trouble if he was close to him. You want to catch me? Don't you know that my zodiac sign is a loach? Yi Xian snorted coldly and directly entered the void door. The middle-aged man from the scorpion tribe missed. Damn it! The middle-aged man from the scorpion tribe cursed angrily. He stomped his foot and left a deep footprint on the tattered evil god's altar. This evil god's altar had already been destroyed beyond recognition by Yi Xian. Hence, it had to be rebuilt. He did not care about this footprint. At this time, Yi Xian broke through the void door and arrived on the other side. Then he wildly tore apart the altar. It seems that the importance of these sacrifices far surpasses this evil god's altar. Otherwise, they would not be guarding it so tightly. Yi Xian thought to himself as he scanned the area with the Eye of Revelation. He was planning to see if he could lure the others away so that he could enter and kill the mysterious underworld duo demons. However, this was obviously a little unrealistic unless he broke through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. However, he had already completed the random mission of destroying the evil god's altar. This meant that he still had plenty of time. He would use the Void Eye to escape and destroy everything. Half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours, Yi Xian used the Void Eye to play around with the evil god society's enforcers and elders. At the same time, he was also exhausting their true chi and reducing their combat strength. Very quickly, at the 3rd hour, a system notification rang out. Ding, Luo Luo has broken through. She is currently at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Finally, Luo Luo broke through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Her current strength was probably not inferior to Yi Xian's. However, this was still not enough. Let's wait for another 2 hours. When the old tree breaks through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm, we will go and kill the enforcers of the evil god society. Yi Xian said in his mind. All right. Time continued to pass. Although Luo Luo had broken through, Yi Xian did not release her. Soon, another 2 hours passed. Ding, Devil Tree Battle Soldier has broken through. He is currently at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Another system notification sounded. Right now, other than Yi Xian, The other 3 were already at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Unfortunately, if their master did not break through to the fragmentation realm, they would be stuck at the fulfillment realm. Chapter 1306. Yi Xian immediately leaped onto the evil god altar. At the center of the evil god altar, the evil god statue was already halfway done. It would be finished in a few more hours. Bastard, it's you again? The middle-aged scorpion man shouted angrily. Long-tailed monster, do you dare to fight me? Yi Xian shouted in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. Long-tailed monster? When the middle-aged scorpion man heard this, he immediately charged toward Yi Xian furiously. Come with me if you want to fight. If anyone else comes with you, I'll leave. Yi Xian said in a threatening tone. What is this kid up to? The middle-aged scorpion man immediately reacted. Previously, Yi Xian did not dare to fight him because he controlled the time very well. Every time he approached, Yi Xian would be able to leave first. But now, Yi Xian was actually inviting him to fight. Something was fishy. However, he was still in the fragmentation realm. Why would he be afraid of Yi Xian, who was in the 8th stage of the fulfillment realm? Since Yi Xian wanted to fight, he would naturally fulfill his wish. As long as he could get close to Yi Xian, he was confident that he could kill Yi Xian before he could leave. It was because of this confidence that he dared to follow. In the distance, another scorpion man protector noticed and was about to follow, but he was stopped by the middle-aged scorpion man. Don't follow. I'll take care of him. The middle-aged scorpion man shouted. The protector stopped and watched from afar as the middle-aged scorpion man left with Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian was determined to kill the middle-aged scorpion man. In order to prevent others from interfering, he had to keep a distance. They traveled for a few minutes before stopping. Kid, did you set a trap here? The middle-aged scorpion man could not help but ask. Why don't you choose the location? I don't care. Yi Xian said. There was indeed a trap, but Yi Xian always carried it with him, which meant that there were only 3 of them. Hence, this trap could move. So what if it's a trap? I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to lure me here. The middle-aged scorpion man was full of confidence. After all, he was 2 realms higher than Yi Xian. If that's the case, then come at me. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he made his move. Killing intent explosion. Eye of destruction. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. A golden dragon whizzed out and attacked the middle-aged scorpion man. Ever since he completed that random quest, Yi Xian had unlocked eyes of glory. His hair and eyes had turned golden, and he was incomparably domineering. In the past, every time he activated the Eye of Glory, he would need a large amount of eye energy. But now, he no longer needed it. Scorpion Shadow Whip. The middle-aged man also took out a move that he was relatively good at and ruthlessly whipped out. Bang! The 2 forces collided. This time, Yi Xian actually had the upper hand. How was this possible? The middle-aged scorpion man was shocked. Previously, they were clearly evenly matched. But now, why did Yi Xian have the upper hand? Only Yi Xian understood this. This was because he did not use killing intent explosion in the previous Eye of Destruction. He only had the unparalleled flame dragon slash. The reason why he did not use it was because he was waiting for this moment. Whoosh whoosh. This golden dragon whizzed out and was shattered by the middle-aged scorpionman's punch. However, behind this golden flame dragon, there was another invisible attack. Killing intent explosion. Light of destruction. Yi Xian quickly followed up with another attack. However, this time, the Eye of Destruction was an invisible attack like the Eye of Disintegration. Sizzle sizzle. 2 light of destruction shot onto the middle-aged scorpionman's fist. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged scorpionman's fist was completely disintegrated and blood spurted out. The middle-aged scorpion man trembled when he felt the pain in his head. The battle had not even started for a second and he had already suffered a great loss. This was an outcome that he did not expect. His entire right fist was disintegrated by the Eye of Destruction until only his wrist was left. This meant that his right hand was crippled. Brat, I'm going to tear you apart. The middle-aged scorpion man was so angry that his face turned red. He immediately rushed towards Yi Xian. Before his opponent could attack him, Yi Xian quickly retreated while attacking. Eye of Destruction. Unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. This combo attack was launched again. However, this time, the middle-aged scorpion man did not intend to fight head-on. Instead, he cleverly dodged. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian could not split himself. This was because once he split himself, his strength would decrease by 50%. He would definitely be defeated one by one. However, even if he did not split himself, he could still deal with this middle-aged scorpion man. Old Tree, Megatron, Luo Luo. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he summoned Luo Luo and the other two. These three had all reached the 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Luo Luo was the strongest among them. Megatron and Old Tree were the second strongest. However, they had one advantage over Luo Luo: they could not die. After Megatron appeared, he turned into a chain of arrow towers and began to shoot wildly. Old Tree did not dare to fight head-on with the middle-aged scorpion man. He could only attack with his sharp vines. As for Luo Luo, she naturally used the human wave tactic. 100-layer Fox Demon Clone. 7-colored Demon Fire, 1,000-layer Explosion. Hundreds of Luoyuos began to throw demon fire at the middle-aged scorpion man. Is this your trap? You underestimate me too much. The middle-aged scorpion man did not care. He moved like a bolt of lightning and shuttled through the attacks. On land, a fragmentation realm expert could unleash 100% of their strength. That was why Yi Xian could not fight on land. Go to the sky. Yi Xian quickly rose into the sky and struck out with his palm. Ghostly Frost Hand. A giant golden palm appeared and slammed down like a meteor. The attack happened to be at the spot where the middle-aged scorpion man was hiding. He had no choice but to attack. Mountain-splitting foot. The middle-aged scorpion man paused and used his true chi and manifestation strength to increase his strength. Suddenly, he kicked a giant foot into the sky and collided with the ghostly Frost Hand. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and dust flew everywhere. This time, both sides were evenly matched. However, it would not be so simple next time. Again! Ghostly Frost Hand. Yi Xian attacked again, and another giant golden hand slammed down. Mountain-splitting foot. The middle-aged scorpion man counterattacked again. However, he could only block 2 attacks. After all, he was surrounded by 4 people. Megatron and Old Tree had already launched their attacks. Get lost! An enormous amount of true chi gushed out of the middle-aged scorpion man's body and sent Megatron and Old Tree flying. At the same time, Yi Xian struck out a 3rd palm in the sky. In addition, the middle-aged scorpion man used a very familiar move. Ghostly Frost Hand. Chapter 1307. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man was completely shocked. Not only did Yi Xian learn Xie Yangming's Frosty Ghost Hand, but he also learned Mountain-Splitting Foot. He couldn't take these 2 attacks, or rather, he couldn't take all of them. He could only take 1 attack and then dodge. Mountain-Splitting Foot. The middle-aged man's right foot kicked into the sky again, colliding with the Frosty Ghost Hand. However, he had to dodge Yi Xian's mountain-splitting foot. Yi Xian's foot landed, creating a huge canyon on the ground. Before that, the middle-aged man had already dodged. However, just as he let down his guard, he suddenly felt an aura rapidly approaching him. A golden flash swept past his body. With a crisp sound, one of his thighs was suddenly separated from his body. Fortunately, he was in the fragmentation realm and had a strong physique. If he was a little slower, it would be his head that was separated from his body. What the hell is that? The middle-aged man was shocked. Even with his physique, he couldn't see what the golden flash was. Its speed was already faster than his perception. He was able to dodge this attack purely out of reflex. At this time, the golden flash suddenly paused and then turned back. Swish! This time, the middle-aged man couldn't dodge and was directly beheaded. This golden flash was the demon fox flash that the transformed Luo Luo used. Luo Luo, why did you transform again? It's such a waste. Yi Xian, who was in the air, couldn't help but shake his head when he heard the system notification that the killing intent value increased. Luo's hair turned golden. Didn't she use that tuft of golden tail hair? Hee hee, I didn't use golden tail hair. This is a skill that I just learned. It's called 9 Reincarnation Flash. Luo Luo giggled. It's useless? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Yes, this 9 Reincarnation Flash is more useful than Demon Fox Flash. I can use the 3rd flash now. However, this move consumes too much true qi. I need to recover for a while. Luo Luo replied. Yi Xian thought that Luo Luo used golden tail hair and then used Demon Fox Flash. He didn't expect Luo Luo to have learned a new skill. 9 Reincarnation Flash. It sounded very powerful. The 2nd flash of this 9 Reincarnation Flash seems to be faster than the 1st flash. If I use the 9th flash, even the leader of the Cthulhuism Society might not be able to defend against it. Yi Xian suddenly recalled the scene just now. But all in all, this time was not bad. After all, he was able to successfully kill a protector of the Cthulhuism cult who was in the fragmentation realm. If there was one, then there would be two. If he could successfully lure them out, then he might be able to successfully break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Immediately, Yi Xian went over and put away the spoils of war. There were a lot of faith crystals in this universe ring, more than 100,000 of them. After Yi Xian obtained them, he threw all of them to Luo Luo. Because Yi Xian's cultivation hadn't broken through, Luo Luo was stuck at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. However, she could continue to cultivate to the peak of the 9th level of the fulfillment realm and then purify the faith crystal. Once Yi Xian breaks through, she can also directly break through to the fragmentation realm. It was the same for Wei Zhentian and the old tree. Yi Xian's cultivation speed had always been the slowest. Let's go back and see if we can lure another one over. Yi Xian sent Luo Luo and the others back to the planting space. Then he headed toward the Cthulhuism altar. But on the way, he met another Cthulhuism Society enforcer. It was the one who wanted to follow him but was stopped by the middle-aged man. Seeing that Yi Xian was safe and sound, the Cthulhuism Society enforcer's eyes flashed. He shouted, "You killed him? Do you think I have the ability to kill a fragmentation realm elite?" Yi Xian didn't admit it. He didn't want to scare the other party away. Since he couldn't kill him, Yi Xian must have set a trap and trapped him. That was what the Cthulhuism Society enforcer thought. "How dare you destroy the Cthulhuism altar? You deserve to die." The Cthulhuism Society enforcer snorted and attacked. "Go to hell. If you can, ask your Cthulhuism to strangle me." Yi Xian cursed and immediately counterattacked. Scorpion Shadow Whip. Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash. Rumble. This time, Yi Xian was at a disadvantage. This was because he felt that this wasn't the place to fight. He should retreat first. "You want to leave? Stay here." The Cthulhuism Society enforcer immediately saw through Yi Xian's intention. He shot forward and wanted to capture Yi Xian. Yi Xian had been causing trouble for so long. The black-clothed elder hated him to the core. Therefore, he wanted to capture Yi Xian and bring him back to earn some merit. However, at this moment, boom! A loud explosion suddenly came from afar. The two of them stopped in their tracks and turned to look. *CK, the entire altar was destroyed? With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian could see that the altar in the distance had been reduced to ruins. Then the sacrificial offerings suppressed under the altar escaped one after another. As for the enforcers and the black-clothed elder, they were directly killed. The Cthulhuism Society enforcer in front of Yi Xian was also shocked. Who was it that killed the black-clothed elder and 4 Cthulhuism Society enforcers? Yi Xian, who had the eye of revelation, saw the person who destroyed the Cthulhuism god altar. It was a middle-aged man in golden armor. However, even with the eye of revelation, Yi Xian couldn't see through the man's cultivation base. He estimated that the other party was at least at the 4th stage of the fragmentation realm. He might even be at the 5th or 6th stage of the fragmentation realm. Yi Xian and the Cthulhuism Society enforcer both guessed at the same time. However, at this moment, the man in golden armor suddenly pulled the two of them and left. Yi Xian was very familiar with these two people because these two people were Nalin Bing and Nalin Jie, the Shenming duo demons, whom he was chasing. So it's the enforcers. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He instantly understood. When Lu Tiangong escorted the Xianming duo demons to Flying Sand City, he handed them to Lu Tiangong's wife, the white-haired old woman who was killed by Yi Xian that day. Then, the white-haired old woman handed them to a Scorpion Man expert. Unexpectedly, this Scorpion Man expert became an apostle of the Cthulhuism Society, so he wanted to use the Xianming duo demons as sacrificial offerings to the Cthulhuism god. Because too much time had passed, the next enforcer came back to check and this happened. They're gone. Yi Xian watched helplessly as the man in golden armor took the Xianming duo demons away. Previously, in order to kill the Cthulhuism Society enforcer, Xie Yongming, he changed the death pursuit order. However, the death pursuit order's duration was not over yet. There was still half an hour left, so he could only watch as the man in golden armor took the Xianming duo demons away. Chapter 1308. Ninth Level Fulfillment Realm. Nailan Bing and Nailan Jie were already at the 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm. They were even faster than Yi Xian. This pair of dual cultivating siblings sure recover their strength quickly. If I lose track of them today, I don't know when I'll be able to find them, Yi Xian thought to himself. He couldn't use the Death Hunt command. Once Nailan Bing and Nailan Jie left, he wouldn't be able to find them. However, Yi Xian still had some clues. The golden armored man who took away the Xianming duo had a fox tail behind him. This meant that he was from the Fox Charm clan. Fox tail. As long as I leave the Desert of Despair, I can easily find it. Forget it for now. If I have the chance in the future, I'll definitely find the Xianming duo and avenge Mo Shui. Yi Xian decided to forget about it. This wasn't a random mission anyway. As long as his cultivation speed surpassed the Xianming duo's dual cultivation speed, he could avenge Mo Shui. Right now, he should deal with this Cthulhuism Society enforcer first. While the other was still in shock, Yi Xian quickly attacked. Killing Intent Explosion. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. This attack was a sneak attack. It was fast and powerful. Kid, you're courting death. The Cthulhuism Society enforcer heard the wind and suddenly turned around and punched. Boom. The Peerless Flame Dragon Slash was defeated. However, as the golden flame dragon dissipated, a golden slash came at him. Eye of Destruction. Rip. The Cthulhuism Society enforcer leaned to the side, but his right hand was still easily cut off by the annihilation slash. While he was fuming with rage, two figures suddenly approached him from the side. Megatron and Old Tree. Piercing Strike. Pfft. A thick vine pierced through the Cthulhuism Society enforcer's body. Although it didn't crush his heart, this thick vine was madly absorbing the enforcer's blood. Kid, don't worry, there's more. Old Tree's voice suddenly rang out. Then, this vine suddenly exploded. The Cthulhuism Society protector's chest was directly pierced through, and he died instantly. In this battle, Luo Luo didn't even need to do anything. Just relying on Yi Xian and the Old Tree was enough to kill the Cthulhuism Society's enforcer. Firstly, it was because the Cthulhuism Society protector was distracted by the golden armored man. Secondly, it was because he had been too careless. He had not expected Yi Xian to have such strength. In short, he died with his eyes wide open. Yi Xian immediately rushed over and collected the corpse and the interspatial ring. There were a lot of ores and faith crystals inside, but for Yi Xian, it was just a drop in the bucket. Not enough. If I get all those corpses, Yi Xian suddenly looked around and saw the bodies of the black-clothed elder and the other 4 people. However, their interspatial rings were gone. They had been taken away by the golden armored man. Damn it. Yi Xian cursed angrily and broke through the void to return to the ruined Cthulhuism god altar. Although the Fragmentation Realm experts' interspatial rings were taken away, there were still hundreds of Cthulhuism god apostles' interspatial rings. Some of the sacrifices ran for their lives, but some of them were greedy and stayed to collect the interspatial rings. Many battles had already broken out above the ruins of the Cthulhuism god altar. Yi Xian ignored them and began to collect the interspatial rings. Kid, put down those interspatial rings. A discordant voice rang out. Yi Xian turned around and saw a 9th stage fulfillment realm expert of the Tiger tribe. You dare to target me? You've got guts. Yi Xian did not say anything. He slashed out a golden annihilation and killed the opponent instantly. Luo, it's up to you. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly released Luo. Understood. Luo understood immediately and formed an eye of enchantment above her head. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people were controlled by it. At the same time, Yi Xian did not stay idle. He killed the people who targeted him and controlled the 9th-level fulfillment realm sacrifices. In the blink of an eye, they had 50 servants. These servants were quickly divided into groups and started to fight for the interspatial rings. However, because there were too many sacrifices, more than 5,000 of them, it was difficult to kill them all in a short time. The servants were strong, but there were thousands of people fighting. It was easy to die. After one died, Yi Xian took control of another. Yi Xian's killing intent sword. You dare to stay here because you want to make a profit. If that's the case, then all of you will die. Yi Xian rushed to the center and created an avatar. Killing intent eruption. Twin dragon sword bell. Twin dragon roar of ice and fire. Twin dragon roar of ice and fire. Twin dragon roars of ice and fire. Dragon roars spread like waves. The lower realm sacrifices were instantly knocked out of the sky. Some who were close to Yi Xian even had their heads blown apart. Thousands of people died in an instant. The transformer Wei Zhentian turned into a giant green bell and let out dragon roars. Old Tree and Luo did not stay idle either. System notifications rang, and Yi Xian's killing intent soared like a rocket. These people were at least at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm, and some were even at the peak of the fulfillment realm. If he killed them all, his killing intent might reach the peak again and he would be rewarded with 1 devour point. In the end, Yi Xian thought it was too slow, so he jumped into the sky and used a shattering divine ability. Ghost Hand of Frost. Giant golden hands slammed down, killing more than 10 people in one hit. Yi Xian's true energy was almost limitless anyway. Even if he used shattering divine abilities continuously, he could still recover. This battle lasted for several minutes. 3 minutes later, corpses were everywhere in the ruins. There were at least 3,000 corpses. As for the other 2,000 people, all of them had run away. There was no helping it. With the 4 gods of slaughter, Yi Xian here, who could beat them? At the same time, after Yi Xian killed the servants under his control, he finally heard a system notification. Ding, killing intent has reached the upper limit. Will the host exchange the killing intent points for 1 devour point? The system notification said, yes. Hearing this, Yi Xian naturally could not say no. Ding, the host's killing intent points have reached 0. Ding, the host has obtained 1 devour point. 2 more system notifications rang. Yi Xian had exchanged his killing intent points for devour points. Fortunately, he had stored some weapons before. After the killing intent points reached 0, he directly devoured them. At least he could use killing intent explosion. How do I use this devour point? Yi Xian suddenly hesitated. He thought for a while and finally decided to use it to activate a skill of the god of slaughter bloodline, Shadow Step. This Shadow Step was similar to Emo Shui's Blood Escape. It could be used to escape quickly. However, he could not attack while using it. He could only use his true energy to protect himself. Chapter 1309. Ding, host has learned Shadow Step. The system notified. Good, if I rush to the Cthulhuism Society or another Cthulhuism altar now, it won't take much time. Yi Xian thought for a moment before expending some of his killing intent to use the Shadow Steps. His entire body turned into a black ray of light as he flew out, heading in a certain direction. Shadow Step required killing intent to activate, and continuously used it would consume true energy. However, Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so his true energy could be recovered instantly, so it was nothing. This time, he was heading towards the Cthulhuism Society. The Xianming duo demons had been taken away by the golden armored man. If Yi Xian chased after them and was discovered, he would be skinned alive. The death hunt command still had half an hour to cool down, so he decided to give up for now. If he encountered the Xianming duo demons again in the future, Then he would think about revenge for Mo Shui. Right now, Luo Luo, the old tree, and Wei Zhentian are all stuck at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. If I don't break through, they will always be stuck. Yi Xian felt a little helpless. Who asked his experience to increase exponentially? Fortunately, after killing so many greedy sacrifices, although he could not break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm, he was not far away. He estimated that if he encountered 1 or 2 more fragmentation realm Cthulhuism society protectors, then he would be able to break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. There were gains and losses. Although the Xianming duo demons were taken away, Yi Xian obtained a devouring point. Moreover, this was not the end. Yi Xian's footsteps suddenly paused because his eye of revelation saw 2 figures. Cthulhuism society protectors? Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He saw that the 2 figures each had 8 natal palaces, but this did not mean that they were martial practitioners at the 8th level of the fulfillment realm. It was possible that they were martial practitioners at the 1st level of the fragmentation realm who had shattered 1 natal palace to strengthen their whole body. Based on this speed, Yi Xian could guess that these 2 were 1st level fragmentation realm protectors. Good, I'll start with you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he sneaked over. These 2 1st level fragmentation realm protectors had received orders to go take a look at the Cthulhuism god altar. They did not know that danger had already struck. Killing intent explosion. Eye of destruction. Flame dragon slash. A golden flame dragon suddenly appeared under the night sky and attacked the 2 protectors. Someone's ambush. The 2 Cthulhuism society enforcers, who were running wildly on the ground, shivered and immediately turned around to attack. Bang! The Eye of Annihilation and the peerless flame dragon slash were shattered. However, what was even more powerful was yet to come. Within the waves of energy, a large golden hand and a large golden foot appeared. Frost Ghost Hand. Split Mountain Foot. These 2 moves were very familiar to the 2 of them. They couldn't understand why they would appear here. However, now was not the time to think. The 2 more shockwaves swept out, and the golden hand and foot were also blown away. Bzzz. The 2 beams of annihilation light shone on the 2 men's shoulders, instantly disintegrating their shoulder bones into dust. One of them lost his left arm, and the other lost his right arm. You're courting death. One of them yelled. Although they did not know who was ambushing them, they would make sure the other party died a horrible death. Yi Xian saw the 2 of them coming and quickly summoned the old tree and Megatron to hold one of them back. As for the other, he would deal with it himself. Scatter! Old Shu and Wei Zhentian's opponent threw out a punch and directly smashed Wei Zhentian into pieces. But in the next moment, Wei Zhentian appeared again and attacked him. What? That person was shocked and punched again. Megatron and the old tree were Dharma treasures. They were immortal and were very convenient to use to fight. At this time, Yi Xian was also fighting with the other person. Kid, who are you? The Cthulhuism Society protector questioned. I'm your ancestor. Yi Xian cursed casually and used his hands, feet, and eyes. Eye of Destruction. Frost Ghost Hand. Split Mountain Foot. Chapter 1310. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. 2 system notifications rang out. Although he didn't kill them personally, Luo Luo was his possession. The killing intent of the people she killed would be credited to him. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. The killing intent of these 2 first-tier fragmentation realm martial artists was enough for him to use for a while. Before this, he estimated that his strength was about the same as Lolua's, but now it seemed that Luo Luo was much stronger than him. Although he could only use the 3rd flash of the 9 flash of Samsara, it was enough to kill a first-tier fragmentation realm martial artist. This time, it was all thanks to Luo Luo. Immediately, Yi Xian pulled the 2 corpses over and devoured their universe rings. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is currently at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Finally, he broke through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. When the system notification rang out, Yi Xian felt his aura increase by several times. Right now, he could probably kill a first-tier fragmentation realm martial artist with ease. As long as I break through again and reach the fragmentation realm, then Luo and the others can instantly break through to the fragmentation realm. Yi Xian thought to himself as he continued to use shadow steps to hasten his journey. Although they were both at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm, Yi Xian's speed on land had already surpassed Wei Zhentian's. If he used shadow steps, his speed would be at least 3 times faster than Wei Zhentian's. Half a day later, he arrived at the Cthulhuism Society at the center of the 2 Cthulhuism altars. The Cthulhuism Society's headquarters was actually a scorpion palace. This shocked Yi Xian a little. At this time, the sun had already risen, so Yi Xian didn't dare to get too close. He observed from afar with the eye of revelation. A small altar had already been built in front of the Cthulhuism Society's headquarters. At the center of this small altar was a statue of the Cthulhuism god. There are quite a few 8th and 9th level fulfillment realm martial artists, and a first-tier fragmentation realm martial artist. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he swept a glance, secretly planning in his mind. His mission this time was to annihilate the Cthulhuism Society, but his strength could only kill a first-tier shattering realm protector at most. If he were to face an elder, it would be very difficult to determine the victor in a short time. And this was the Cthulhuism Society's base camp. Once exposed, they would be besieged. Therefore, they had to take the long view into consideration. I once controlled the scorpion men, but I was unable to create a scorpion tail with my disguise mask, so I was unable to infiltrate the Cthulhuism Society. Yi Xian felt a little helpless. Since he couldn't change his appearance, he could only find another way. However, after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't come up with an idea. Oh well, I've already broken through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm anyway. I'll just charge straight in. Other than those elders at the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm, no one can stop me. Yi Xian immediately made his decision. This time he still had to face them head-on. Even if he was surrounded, he still had shadow steps and eyes of the void. However, what he was wary of was not those elders at the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm, but the leader of the Cthulhuism Society. Just now, he used the Eye of Revelation to roughly scan. In the front half of the Cthulhuism Society, there was only 1 elder and 3 protectors. As for the leader of the Cthulhuism Society, he didn't know where he was. Therefore, he had to be careful. Kill! Right away, he directly turned into a ray of light and charged toward the Cthulhuism Society. Along the way, there were many fulfillment realm apostles, but with his current realm, he didn't even care about those at the fragmentation realm, so why should he be afraid of them? Rip! 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 Crisp sounds rang out. Everywhere Yi Xian passed, there were corpses everywhere. No one could block his sword, and they couldn't even react in time. 1, 2, 5, 10, 50. Along the way, Yi Xian directly killed dozens of Cthulhuism Society apostles. Moreover, he killed selectively. His targets were almost all at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm apostles. This was more profitable. In the blink of an eye, he was already at the entrance of the Cthulhuism Society, in other words, in front of that huge palace. Who dares to be impudent in my Cthulhuism Society? The nearest Cthulhuism Society protector noticed Yi Xian. After shouting loudly, he pounced toward Yi Xian. How dare a speck of light compete with the bright moon? Yi Xian showed a very disdainful expression. This was a sentence he learned from a Cthulhuism Society elite. Now, he returned it to the Cthulhuism Society. So what if he was at the fragmentation realm? He would still kill him even if he was at the fragmentation realm. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. Annihilation beam. A golden flame dragon rushed out. The Cthulhuism Society protector shouted angrily and threw a punch with all his strength. Boom! The golden flame dragon was scattered, but after that, there were 2 more annihilation beams. Sizzle! The annihilation beam shot into the Cthulhuism Society protector's throat. In the blink of an eye, this Cthulhuism Society protector's throat was completely disintegrated, along with his chin. A head fell to the ground just like that. A Cthulhuism society protector in the fragmentation realm was directly killed by Yi Xian. This scene shocked the surrounding people. In all their lives, this was probably the first time they saw a fulfillment realm cultivator kill a fragmentation realm cultivator. Join hands and kill him. Two more protectors rushed out from the Cthulhuism society. Bullying with numbers? I have my own people too. Yi Xian's eyes turned cold, and he summoned Wei Zhentian and Old Tree. Wei Zhentian and Old Tree could fight against one Cthulhuism society protector, and Yi Xian could also fight against one of them alone. As long as that Cthulhuism society elder did not come out, these two protectors would be killed by them within 3 seconds. Die! The Cthulhuism society protector facing Yi Xian roared angrily. His scorpion tail stabbed fiercely, and a scorpion tail needle shot out directly at Yi Xian. Against this kind of attack, Yi Xian did not even bother to use Annihilation Beam. Instead, he easily dodged it and then slashed with his sword. Killing Intent Explosion. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Another golden flame dragon rushed out. Now that he had broken through to the 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm, the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash, the Growth Divine ability, had also increased in power. Compared to the Fragmentation Realm Divine abilities Frost Ghost Hand and Mountain Shattering Foot, the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash was more useful. Bang! This golden flame dragon was blasted away again, but at this time, a figure suddenly appeared on the other side and then quickly turned into a golden stream of light and attacked. What? This first-level Cthulhuism society protector was shocked. His spiritual consciousness clearly did not detect this figure just now, so why did it suddenly appear now? But when he turned around, the golden flash had already attacked. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and dodged the fatal blow. You may have dodged once, but can you dodge a second time? The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. Eye of Annihilation. Rip! The golden slash directly sank into the Cthulhuism society protector's body. The wound turned into ash and scattered with the wind. Chapter 1311. Since the Cthulhuism society enforcer had been killed by Yi Xian, Luo Luo focused her attention on the second person. Second flash of samsara. There was some distance between them, but Luo Luo used the second flash to rush over. In an instant, she was behind the second Cthulhuism society enforcer. Not good. The enforcer's expression changed, but the third flash of samsara was too fast for him to react. Rip! Another head flew up. The Cthulhuism society enforcer was shocked. He didn't expect that he would die in the hands of a lower-level human. In just a few seconds, the Cthulhuism society lost 3 fragmentation realm enforcers. The surrounding apostles were shocked. Who is this human? How dare he kill our Cthulhuism society enforcers? 3 enforcers are dead. Our leader will be furious. Our leader went to the altar on the right and hasn't returned yet. He's dead. With such a big commotion, the 3 elders guarding the Cthulhuism palace will skin him alive. The group of Cthulhuism apostles shouted. Yi Xian was amused. Our leader isn't here? Then I'm going to make a big fuss. His lips curled up. There were still a few enforcers and 3 elders in the Cthulhuism palace. If they rushed out, Yi Xian would have to run. However, they couldn't be guarding all the time, right? Oh right, there's a small altar here. I'll destroy it first. Before the elders in the Cthulhuism palace came out, Yi Xian turned around. But at this moment, the system notification sounded. Ding! Host has triggered a chain random mission. First round, destroy the Cthulhuism statue in front of the Cthulhuism palace. A chain random mission. Finally, another series of random quests appeared, causing Yi Xian to be extremely shocked. The reward of a chain random mission is probably no worse than the previous random mission. Yi Xian laughed in his heart. After accepting the mission, he directly attacked the Cthulhuism statue on the altar. Killing Intent Explosion. Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Array. Twin Dragon Roar. A golden dragon breath whizzed toward the evil god statue. Even if the statue was made of faith crystals, it couldn't withstand such a torment. However, this time, it was beyond Yi Xian's expectations. Rumble. Gotcha! A crisp sound rang out from the evil god statue, but it had actually withstood the attack. One had to know that under the enhancement of the golden Jinqi and killing intent, the twin dragon roar was Yi Xian's strongest attack. However, this strongest attack was actually unable to destroy the heretical god statue. How was this possible? It's that strange energy. At this moment, Yi Xian's body trembled. With the eye of revelation, he had discovered some clues. Before the twin dragons roared outside the evil god statue, a strange layer of energy appeared. This strange layer of energy was what the evil god apostles used to save their lives. Could this energy be the so-called evil god's will? Yi Xian's body trembled. However, he didn't see it on anyone other than the evil god apostles. For example, he had killed so many of the guardians. It seemed that only Fulfillment Realm apostles could use the evil god's will in the faith crystals to save their lives. Fragmentation Realm ones couldn't. I don't believe that I can't destroy you. Although the evil god statue was very hard, it was only a matter of time for Yi Xian to destroy it. Killing intent explosion. Twin dragon roar. Another twin dragon's roar landed accurately on the fiend god statue. Immediately, cracks appeared on the fiend god statue. Huang Xiaolong estimated that after 2 or 3 more attacks, it would be destroyed. As long as this evil god statue was destroyed, the first part of the chain mission would be completed. This part of the mission was really simple. However, just as Yi Xian thought so, a few people who could threaten him finally rushed out of the evil god palace. These 3 people were all elders of the evil god society, second stage of the fragmentation realm. You bunch of useless trash. Someone is destroying the evil god statue, and you're not doing anything? A black-haired elder shouted angrily. When the surrounding people heard this, they looked at each other. It wasn't that they didn't want to go, but that they couldn't win. Just now, 3 first-stage fragmentation realm guardians died one after another. If they went, they would just die in vain. However, now that these 3 elders had come out, they were enough to take care of Yi Xian. They're finally here. Yi Xian felt the 3 powerful auras and his expression darkened. Although he had broken through to the 9th stage of the fulfillment realm, he estimated that he could only deal with 1 evil god society elder at most. If he faced 3 of them, he would probably only be able to escape. Wei Zhentian, Old Tree, Luo Luo, attack together. Yi Xian immediately shouted. If the 3 of them attacked together, the power was almost equal to a twin dragon roar. Boom boom boom. Finally, before the 3 elders arrived, Yi Xian successfully destroyed the evil god statue. Ding! The first part of the chain random quest is complete. At the instant the evil god statue shattered into countless pieces, a system notification rang out. Usually, after the first part of the chain random quest was completed, it would take some time to trigger the second part. However, this time, the second part of the quest was given directly. Ding! Host has triggered the second part of the quest. Kill the evil god apostles of the evil god palace and reduce their number to less than 100. Current number is 763. The second part of the random quest appeared. 763 people reduced to less than 100 people. This means that I have to kill more than 600 people. Yi Xian focused his mind and directly put Luo Luo and the others into the planting space. Then he turned around and ran. With these 3 evil god society elders around, there was no way he could complete this quest no matter what. Thus, they had to lure him away. Brat, stay here. After the black-haired elder shouted angrily, he grabbed at Yi Xian with a large hand. However, Yi Xian easily dodged it. Bullsh *T evil god society, even the evil god statue was destroyed by me. When I return, I will destroy your evil god palace. You 3 evil god lackeys, if you have the guts, come and chase me. Yi Xian couldn't help but curse. In the next moment he directly broke through the void. This position was not far from the evil god palace. Seeing Yi Xian enter the eye of the void, the 3 evil god society elders looked at each other and decided to charge in. This time, Yi Xian didn't immediately close the eye of the void. Instead, he let the 3 of them enter. What a good spatial jump technique. The leader will definitely be interested. Capture this brat with all your might. the black-haired elder exclaimed after charging into the eye of the void. Chapter 13:12. Not good. The black-haired old man and his companions paled. They finally realized that they had been lured away. Yi Xian had returned. Whoosh! The second void door closed and Yi Xian returned to the evil god palace. The slaughter had begun. Luo, you three cripple some 9th stage fulfillment realm evil god apostles and gather them together. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to Luo and the others. Young master, what are you doing? Luo asked curiously. I want to save some people and then use the secret technique. Yi Xian replied. Just now, those 3 elders at the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm had been lured away by him. If they wanted to return to the evil god palace, they would need some time. Taking advantage of this time, Yi Xian had to deal with these people. If he started the slaughter now, the duration would be over by the time the 3 elders returned. That was why he couldn't start it now. Luo and the others immediately understood when they heard the secret technique and began to act. Little young master, this prison should be enough. The old tree's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian turned around and saw that the old tree had built a prison out of vines. However, this wasn't the divine wood prison. Cripple their limbs and throw them in. If they can't be trapped, then use the divine wood prison. Yi Xian said to the old tree and immediately acted. There were many evil god apostles in the evil god palace, and there were more than 100 of them at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. If they were all gathered together, Yi Xian might be able to instantly double his strength when the 3 elders returned. A double increase would give Yi Xian the ability to kill a 2nd stage fragmentation realm cultivator. At this time, the only 2 evil god cult enforcers in the evil god palace rushed out. The 3 elders have been lured away. We must delay this brat before they return. One of the enforcers rushed out after speaking. Luo, you 3 continue. I will deal with these 2. Yi Xian hastily shouted. He did not intend to kill the 2 of them on the spot. Instead, he intended to keep them alive. In the blink of an eye, he was already fighting with the 2 Cthulhuism Society guardians. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud noises rang out. In the distance, the 3 Cthulhuism Society elders rushed back with gloomy expressions. Fortunately, the void eye was near the evil god palace, so they should be able to rush back. However, he did not know if he would be on time. Hurry up, the vice sect leader is currently cultivating. We must not let him disturb the vice sect leader. The black-haired elder roared furiously. At this time, in front of the evil god palace. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. A golden flaming dragon directly engulfed a Cthulhuism Society protector and burned him to ashes. One of them had to die. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not be able to capture the other alive. So strong. The other person was shocked and hastily retreated. However, at this time, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flickered, and a void door broke open in front of him. You've stepped into my trap. Yi Xian said in his heart and directly attacked the void door. Rip. Rip. With 2 crisp sounds, the Cthulhuism Society guardian, who was at the 1st stage of the fragmentation realm, had his legs cut off by Yi Xian's eye of destruction. Then, Yi Xian directly rushed into the void door and arrived behind the Cthulhuism Society guardian. He waved the scarlet flame sword in his hand twice and cut off the other party's hands as well. This time, he was crippled by Yi Xian. However, in order to prevent him from escaping, Yi Xian directly exchanged for a bone emperor that could seal true chi and manifestation strength, and stabbed the Cthulhuism Society guardian's shoulder. Ah! The Cthulhuism Society guardian cried out in pain and was then thrown into the prison in the old tree. Then Yi Xian quickly rushed out and helped to kill the guardians. There were only slightly more than 400 people left out of the original 763. In a while, they would probably be able to complete the 2nd round of the random mission. However, the 3 Cthulhuism Society guardians were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Yi Xian. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian saw them and couldn't help but stiffen. Hurry up, there are only 2 seconds left. Yi Xian reminded in his mind. He estimated that he would have to use Killing Feast in 2 seconds because the 3 guardians would come over. At that time, he would use it first, and then Luo Luo and the other 3 would continue to kill the Cthulhuism Society apostles to increase the enhancement. 2 seconds was very fast, but in these 2 seconds, Yi Xian's group of 4 had captured more than 300 people. Now, there were only about 100 Cthulhuism Society apostles left. There were more than 500 Cthulhuism God apostles in the Fulfillment Realm 8th stage and 9th stage Fulfillment Realm apostles in the prison. These people all had their arms and legs chopped off, and some were even knocked unconscious and thrown in. Although it was a little cruel, these people were Cthulhuism Society apostles, so it was a different story. At this time, Yi Xian's body trembled because he saw that the 3 Cthulhuism Society elders had stepped into the range of his senses. Old Tree, move. Yi Xian hurriedly said to Old Tree and immediately started Killing Feast. Okay. Old Tree nodded. Then, countless sharp vines extended from the prison and pierced through the enemies. This move wasn't the Mad Python sweep, and its power was probably not even 1/10 of the Mad Python sweep. However, it was enough to deal with these Cthulhuism Society apostles who couldn't fight back. Moreover, Luo Luo and Wei Zhentian were also helping. In less than a second, all the Cthulhuism Society apostles in the prison were killed. Most of them had their blood essence sucked dry by Old Tree. Old Tree sucked the blood essence on the spot and could temporarily increase his combat strength. With so much blood essence, his combat strength doubled. Unfortunately, he was stuck at the 9th stage of the Fulfillment Realm. Even if his combat strength doubled, he was still no match for a 2nd stage of the Fragmentation Realm. However, if he joined forces with Luo Luo and Wei Zhentian, he could try to gang up on one of them. Young Master, will help you take on one of them. Luo Luo said. No need for now. Help me after you've dealt with the rest of them. Yi Xian reminded. At this time, even the 1st stage of the Fragmentation Realm Cthulhuism Society enforcer was dead. If he added the others, he would have more than double his original strength. More than double his original strength meant that Yi Xian's current strength was more than 3 times his previous strength. 3 times his strength was enough to fight against these 3 Cthulhuism Society enforcers. It wouldn't be a problem to hold them off for a while. When the time came, Luo Luo and the other 2 would deal with all the apostles. His strength would be even higher, and they would help him hold off one of them. He might be able to kill 2 of them at once. Fight. Chapter 13:13. How dare you try to lure us away? You're asking for it. The black-haired elder cursed. Both sides started to fight in an instant. Burst of killing intent. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. Yi Xian mustered up all his strength and started to attack. However, no matter how strong his attacks were, they were no match for the joint attack of 3 2nd-stage Fragmentation Realm experts. He was defeated in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, he still had a divine skill. Shadow Step. Yi Xian immediately stopped attacking and started to flee. Good boy, your speed is already faster than us. You're only in the 9th stage of the Fulfillment Realm, but you have such strength. Once we capture you, we'll interrogate you for your divine skills and then offer them to the demon god. The black-haired elder yelled and joined forces with the other 2 to fight him. As for the lives of the other demon god apostles, it was none of their business. As long as they had the faith crystal, they could just capture any scorpion man. It was much easier than capturing the other races. While the 3 2nd-stage Fragmentation Realm Demon God Society elders were being held back by Yi Xian, Luo Luo and the other 2 quickly finished off the remaining people. Soon, the number of demon god apostles was reduced to less than 100. Ding. Host has completed the 2nd round of the chain random mission. A system notification sounded. Finally completed. Yi Xian, who was running, breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said in his mind, Luo Luo, help me stall one of them. But, after receiving Yi Xian's order, Luo Luo and the other 2 immediately turned around and rushed toward one of them. At the same time, the black-haired elder also noticed Luo Luo and the other 2. He said to an elder, You go and finish off those 3. No problem. An elder left the group and charged toward Luo Luo. Now, it was 1 against 2 and 3 against 1. With one less person, the pressure on Yi Xian lessened a lot. His attacks were already able to fight to a draw with his opponent. How is this possible? His attacks are stronger than ours? The black-haired elder was shocked. They had to work together to block Yi Xian's attack. This proved that Yi Xian's attacks were stronger than their individual attacks. If that's the case, then I'll have to plan how to kill all of you. Yi Xian began to plan in his mind. The skill he would use to kill was naturally Eye of the Void. Therefore, he needed to find a place to position himself and then use Eye of the Void to launch a sneak attack. Although the three elders already knew about the Eyes of the Void, they never thought that Yi Xian would use it to ambush them. Boom, boom, boom. Muffled sounds rang out as Yi Xian and Luo Luo fought fiercely. After some guidance, one of the elders stepped in front of Yi Xian's coordinates. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes immediately shot out two beams of light. Are die! Yi Xian roared in his heart as his eyes flickered. Eyes of the Void. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. A golden flame dragon directly passed through the void door and rushed out from behind an elder. Well, this happened so suddenly that the elder didn't even have time to react before he was engulfed by the unparalleled flame dragon slash. However, this elder was at the second stage of the fragmentation realm. He wouldn't die just like that. However, Yi Xian's attack wasn't that simple. Eye of Destruction. A golden slash pierced through the air and directly penetrated the elder's back. Rip. This elder's heart was completely disintegrated. He was directly killed at the waist, and half of his scorpion tail was also cut off. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang out. Yi Xian's killing intent had increased by a large amount. At the same time, it was also increased by the Feast of Slaughter. 30%. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This second stage of the fragmentation realm expert had increased Yi Xian's killing intent by 30%. Two people against Yi Xian, and one of them was killed by Yi Xian. This was already beyond everyone's expectations. By the time the black-haired elder reacted, Yi Xian had already passed through the Eyes of the Void and arrived beside him. Oh no! The black-haired elder's expression changed drastically. He quickly turned around, only to see a golden flame dragon attack him and engulf him. Fortunately, he had already reacted and immediately used all the true qi in his body to defend himself. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The flame dragon dissipated. The black-haired elder's clothes were almost completely burned. A large part of his skin was burned, and many parts were bleeding. He looked like he had just come out of a pool of blood. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian attacked again. Brat, I'm going to kill you! The black-haired elder shouted. In the next moment, large amounts of blood suddenly gushed out from the wounds all over his body and gathered in his hand. Fragmentation Mystique, Scorpion King Stab. A scarlet scorpion tail appeared and directly struck Yi Xian's chest. Let's see who dies, you or me. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he faced the scorpion tail. Rip. Rip. Two crisp sounds spread out. Yi Xian's chest was penetrated by the scorpion tail made of blood, but the Eye of Destruction also killed the black-haired elder. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. Another system notification sounded. Yi Xian sensed that the Feast of Slaughter's enhancement had increased by 20%. He estimated that if he killed the third elder, the increase in strength could even reach 3 times. At that time, he would be able to display 4 times his combat strength. However, before he went to help, he had to do one more thing. The interspatial rings. 2 interspatial rings fell into his hands one after the other. Then, he devoured the contents of the rings, and his cultivation level increased greatly. Ha, come and fight me. Yi Xian laughed loudly and rushed toward the third elder. Oh no! The third elder's face sank when he saw the other 2 die. He hurriedly turned around and fled toward the evil god palace. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't let him go and directly chased after him. Vice sect leader, save me. The elder suddenly shouted. Yi Xian was shocked. In the next moment he felt a powerful aura. 3rd level of the fragmentation realm? He gulped, but after carefully sensing it, he felt that it wasn't the case. The other party shouldn't be at the third level of the fragmentation realm, but the peak of the second level. The middle-aged man who flew out of the evil god palace had 7 yuan palaces in his body. Only 2 of them were shattered, so he was still at the second level of the fragmentation realm. However, the third yuan palace was about to shatter successfully. In other words, the other party was at the peak of the second level of the fragmentation realm and was about to break through to the third level. I didn't feel this aura before. It seems that he was in seclusion to break through. Now that I made such a big commotion, he had to come out of seclusion. Yi Xian immediately understood. Chapter 13-14. This middle-aged man was a vice leader of the Cthulhuism cult, and his wealth was probably not small. If he succeeded in killing him, Yi Xian might be able to reach the peak of 9th stage fulfillment realm. If everything went smoothly, he might be able to break through to the fragmentation realm. At that time, his team's battle power would increase by at least 10 times. Kill! Without another word, Yi Xian charged towards the third elder. Before he fought with the vice leader, he had to kill this third elder. Ding! The third round of the chain random mission has been triggered. Kill the Cthulhuism cult vice leader Xianxia. If the mission is completed, the scorching hell will merge with the Eye of Control. The third round of the chain random mission had finally appeared. The scorching hell merging with the Eye of Control will definitely increase its power. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The scorching hell was a new skill after the Eye of Illusion merged with the burning eye. Now that it had merged with the Eye of Control, 3 soul attacks and 1 skill, it would be much more convenient in the future. No matter what, it was better to complete the mission first. Erupt with killing intent. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. Another golden flame dragon swept out. Presumptuous. The vice leader of the Cthulhuism cult, Xianxia, bellowed and attacked. However, he had underestimated Yi Xian. Bang! The golden flame dragon was struck by the scorpion shadow whip, but it was the scorpion shadow whip that dissipated, not the golden flame dragon. The golden flame dragon blocked the last elder's path. That was close. This elder breathed out in relief, but the danger was not over yet. 9 reincarnation flashes, third flash. Lil Luo suddenly leaped out from the side, directly passing by this elder. Swish. A head flew into the air, blood spurting into the air. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian also heard a system notification. Now that the 3 Cthulhuism cult elders were dead, the Feast of Slaughter's power had increased by 3 times. Hence, Yi Xian could exhibit 4 times the battle power. Young Master, the Universe Ring. As Luo's voice rang out, Yi Xian caught the Universe Ring that she had thrown at him. Without hesitation, Yi Xian devoured the items in the Ring of Cosmos, increasing his cultivation base once again. Just a little more and I'll be at the peak of the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Yi Xian's eyes sparkled. As long as he killed this vice leader, he would definitely be able to break through to the fragmentation realm. Moreover, he had devoured that Cosmos Ring, which was equivalent to increasing the number of things he had devoured by 4 times. Because of the effect of the Feast of Slaughter, although the benefits were only temporary, it was enough. Xianxia, die! Yi Xian shouted and charged towards the vice leader of the Cthulhuism Society. The Cthulhuism cult's vice leader Xianxia was shocked hearing Yi Xian's words. How did this human know his name? This brat's battle prowess is astonishing. If we capture him and offer him to the evil god will definitely be able to control him, Xianxia thought to himself. Although Yi Xian was a human, as long as he passed through the evil god's statue, he could instantly become the evil god's most loyal disciple. But in the next moment, Xianxia realized how naive he was. Even if you're at the 3rd level of the fragmentation realm, I'm not afraid. That Yi Xian roared. Shameless boasting. Xianxia harumphed and charged forward. Rumble! The 2 exchanged blows for the first time, causing a huge commotion. The 2 statues at the entrance of the Cthulhuism God Palace shattered. But right at this time, Yi Xian suddenly retreated a distance. Still want to run, take this? Xianxia's eyes glimmered, and he shot forward like an arrow. Too naive, do you think I'm running? Seeing this, the corners of Yi Xian's lips curled up. Eye of Void. Eye of Destruction. It was the same type of trap again, but this time, it was very useful. A void gate opened behind Vice Leader Shi Tianqing, followed by a golden light slashing down from above. What? Shi Tianqing's reaction was fast, and he dodged to the side, dodging the attack. As expected of the Vice Hierarch. However, even if you can hide for a while, can you hide forever? Yi Xian tightened his grip on the scarlet flame sword. When the other side dodged, he attacked again. Burst of killing intent. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. Hoo. This golden flame dragon roared as it flew out. Want to hit me? Not so easy. Vice Leader Shi Tianqing harumphed coldly in his heart. He suddenly took out something from his spatial ring and blocked in front of him. It was a black scorpion statue. Seeing this, Yi Xian's heart trembled. The thing in the Vice Leader's hand was a small statue of the Cthulhuism god. Hoo. The golden flame dragon attacked, but the Cthulhuism god statue suddenly emitted a black light, splitting the golden flame dragon into two. It really has this effect. Yi Xian frowned. Although the other side had this life-saving divine artifact, Yi Xian did not believe that this thing could be used indefinitely. Let's see how many times you can block. Yi Xian attacked again. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. Cold frost ghost hand. Eye of Destruction. Splitting mountain foot. Yi Xian's attacks did not follow any pattern. Vice Leader Shi Tianqing was temporarily suppressed, and he kept using the Cthulhuism god statue to block. His expression was ugly. Gotcha. After Shi Tianqing used the Cthulhuism god statue to block 7 attacks, cracks finally appeared on the statue. Let's see how many times you can use it. The sharp-eyed Yi Xian saw this change and immediately laughed out loud. Not good, run. Shi Tianqing's face was ashen, and he retreated into the evil god palace. He could not block Yi Xian's attacks. If the Cthulhuism god statue in his hand cracked, it would be his death. Fortunately, there was still a Cthulhuism god statue in the evil god palace. He could use that statue to kill Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's eye of perception covered a large area. The moment he stepped into the evil god palace, he saw the several meters tall Cthulhuism god statue. What the F***CK? There's a Cthulhuism god statue inside. Yi Xian was shocked. He quickly ordered Luoluo, Old Tree, Wei Zhentian, destroy that Cthulhuism god statue inside. No problem. Old Tree, Luoluo, and Wei Zhentian were sent into the planting space and summoned out again. Not good. Shi Tianqing's eyes widened. Although he did not turn around, his spiritual sense had already found Luoluo and the others. If that Cthulhuism god statue was destroyed, he was dead for sure. Shi Juin, why aren't you back yet? Shi Tianqing cursed in his heart. Shi Juin was his son, and also the evil god cult's leader. However, Shi Juin had gone to the altar on the right and had not returned. While Shi Tianqing was lost in thought, Yi Xian seized the opportunity to attack. In less than 2 seconds, Luoluo sent a message. Young master, it's done. Luoluo shouted. Her voice entered Yi Xian and Shi Tianqing's ears, causing the latter's body to tremble. Chapter 13:15. 9 If you don't come back soon, father is going to die, Shi Tianqing prayed in his heart. He estimated that the fiend god statue in his hand could only withstand 3 more attacks. After 3 attacks, he would be heavily injured and killed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian seemed to have noticed something and increased the speed of his attacks. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Eye of Destruction. The fiend god statue blocked 2 more attacks for Shi Tianqing. At this time, the fiend god statue was covered in cracks. 1 more attack and it would be useless. At this time, a whistling sound broke through the air. Xiu. Wei Zhentian, who had completed his mission, suddenly pierced the fiend god statue in Shi Tianqing's hand. Gotcha. The fiend god statue was pierced through, losing its effect. Not good. Shi Tianqing was dumbstruck as he watched Yi Xian's long sword slash down. Erupt with killing intent. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Eye of Destruction. This time, Shi Tiancheng was powerless to resist and was directly sliced to death by the Eye of Destruction. Shi Tiancheng left behind a single sentence before collapsing to the ground. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. The system notified. At the same time, the Feast of Slaughter's killing intent increased again, but it was no longer useful to Yi Xian. Who is 9-in? Yi Xian frowned, but he didn't think too much about it and forgot about it in the blink of an eye. Ding. Chain of random mission 3rd round completed. Ding. Scorching Hell and Eye of Control merged. Ding. Host learned Eye of Heart. The 3 consecutive system notifications made the corners of Yi Xian's lips curl up slightly. New skill Eye of Heart. This Eye of Heart was a soul attack. It combined the Eye of Illusion, Eye of Burning, and Eye of Control into one, greatly increasing its effect. But he didn't know how effective it was. In that instant, Yi Xian turned his head, looking at the several fiend god apostles who thought they had hidden well. Eye of Heart. Ding. Control failed. The system notified. Forget it. This evil god is the ancestor of the Scorpion Men. He might have reached the imperishable realm. It's not that simple. Yi Xian shook his head. The evil god apostle that was targeted by Yi Xian shuddered and immediately turned tail to run. Yi Xian was too lazy to chase after him. He directly devoured the items in the Cthulhuism Society's vice leader's Qian Kun ring. Ding. The host has reached the peak of the fulfillment realm. If you wish to break through, you will need 2,000 shattering pills. Yi Xian still had 2,000 shattering pills because he had already expected this. He immediately chose to break through. Ding. The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now at the first stage of the fragmentation realm. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is currently at the first stage of the fragmentation stage. Ding. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier has broken through. It is currently at the first stage of the fragmentation realm. Ding. Luoluo has broken through. She is currently at the first stage of the fragmentation stage. 4 consecutive system notifications rang. Yi Xian's current mood could no longer be described with words. After the system notification rang, Yi Xian felt one of his natal palaces suddenly shatter. Then his natal true qi overflowed and merged with his muscles, bones, skin, and flesh. His physique skyrocketed by at least 3 times. So satisfying. Breaking through a major realm and increasing my strength is so satisfying. Yi Xian couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan. The fragmentation realm, he finally reached the fragmentation realm. Then, the next major realm would be the Nirvana realm. This old man feels like he's dreaming. I've only been away for a short while and I've already broken through to the fragmentation realm. If we were in the primitive world of the wood spirit, I probably wouldn't be able to do it even if I had another 3,000 years. The old tree transformed into a bald old man and said excitedly, "Old tree, don't worry. After I break through, the life energy in my blood will skyrocket. You will probably break through again in a day or 2, Yi Xian said with a smile. That's for the best, the old tree said with a grin. In addition, the biggest gain from this extermination of the Cthulhuism Society was Luoluo. At this time, the number of faith crystals in Luoluo's interspatial ring was as high as 1 million. These were enough to support her breakthrough to the 3rd or even 4th stage of the fragmentation realm, so Yi Xian didn't have to worry about her. Young master, this seems to be a vice leader. Should we wait for their leader here? Luoluo suddenly asked. The leader of the Cthulhuism Society should have obtained the inheritance of the Cthulhuism god by chance. That's why he has these faith crystals. He probably has a lot of good stuff on him. However, we don't know his whereabouts now, so old tree, you stay here and guard. I'll go to the altar on the right. If anything happens, I'll break through the void and come back immediately. Yi Xian said to old tree. No problem. I'll inform you as soon as there's a situation. Old tree nodded. He and Yi Xian could communicate through space. It wouldn't be a problem even if they were separated by a continent. Alright, in that case I'll go. Yi Xian nodded and then left the Cthulhuism Palace. The Cthulhuism Society had 2 altars. The first one was on the left, and the one Yi Xian was going to was on the right. After breaking through to the fragmentation realm, his strength had increased by at least 5 times. His shadow steps also became faster and faster. He estimated that he could reach the altar on the right in an hour. Luo stayed in the planting space and refined the faith crystals. Yi Xian estimated that she could break through again in 1 or 2 days. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the second Cthulhuism god altar. At this time, this Cthulhuism god altar was already built. A large number of Cthulhuism god apostles were kneeling around the altar. They were all wearing a strange energy cloak. On the altar, there was a lot of blood surging up and gathering toward the Cthulhuism god statue. There are so many 9th stage Cthulhuism god apostles. It seems that they all broke through by worshipping the Cthulhuism god. Yi Xian's eyes sharpened. These Cthulhuism god apostles were all scorpion men. They were the descendants of the Cthulhuism god to begin with. It was very easy for them to become loyal followers. The more loyal one's faith was, the greater the increase in their cultivation. That was why many of them broke through to the 9th stage of the fulfillment realm. There were at least 100 of them. Yi Xian scanned them with the eye of revelation and found that there were several first-stage fragmentation realm enforcers and 1 Cthulhuism god elder among the hundreds of people. However, he did not see anyone who seemed to be the cult leader. "He's not here." Yi Xian frowned and looked carefully. There was indeed only a second-stage fragmentation realm elder. It seemed that the cult leader of the Cthulhuism society was not here. "Old tree, is there any movement from the Cthulhuism god palace?" Yi Xian asked in his mind. "No, nothing has happened in the past hour or so." Old tree replied. The cult leader of the Cthulhuism society was not at the right altar, nor was he at the Cthulhuism god palace. Could it be that he went to the left altar? Yi Xian thought for a moment and then rushed out. Chapter 13:16. As Yi Xian had already activated the killing feast once before, he could not activate it this time. However, it did not matter as he had already broken through to the first stage of the fragmentation realm. His current strength was not something the Cthulhuism society in the Desert of Despair could deal with. Luo, Wei Zhentian, deal with those Cthulhuism apostles. Don't let any of them escape. Yi Xian said to Luo and Wei Zhentian. Okay. Luo replied softly and turned into a flash of light. With her cultivation level, she could use Fox Demon Flash limitlessly. Wherever she passed, heads would fly and blood would splatter into the sky. As for Wei Zhentian, he also turned into a green heavenly dragon. He could crush a person's head with 1 claw and kill 4 or 5 people with 1 whip. As for Yi Xian, he rushed directly to the Cthulhuism altar. Killing intent explosion. Peerless flame dragon slash. Yi Xian raised his hand and swung his sword. The golden flame dragon whizzed out and headed straight for the Cthulhuism statue. Stop him. The Cthulhuism society elder guarding the Cthulhuism altar shouted angrily. The other 3 Cthulhuism society guardians heard him and rushed over. However, their attacks were unable to defeat the golden flame dragon. We can't let you touch the Cthulhuism statue. The Cthulhuism society elder blocked in front of the Cthulhuism god statue and threw a punch. Rumble. The fist shadow and the golden flame dragon collided and dissipated almost at the same time. 1 was at the second stage of the fragmentation realm and 3 were at the first stage of the fragmentation realm. The 4 of them only managed to disperse one of Yi Xian's attacks. It was enough to show how powerful Yi Xian's attacks were. I was afraid of my doppelganger dying before. Now that I've broken through to the fragmentation realm, why should I be afraid of you? Yi Xian sneered and split himself. Ice and fire dual dragon sword array. Dual dragon roar. This attack was twice as powerful as the peerless flame dragon slash. Even the Cthulhuism society elder at the second stage of the fragmentation realm could not block it, let alone a first stage guardian. However, the Cthulhuism god statue was already built. The Cthulhuism society elder directly used the Cthulhuism god's will on the statue. Huff huff. This Cthulhuism society elder stood in front of the Cthulhu statue. The energy he used had split the twin dragon roar into 2, but the Cthulhu statue was not damaged at all. So what if you're using the will of the evil god? Let's see how you block this move. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and two twin dragon sword bells suddenly appeared. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom. Just now, the power of the dual dragon roar was very fierce, but it was a straight line attack. Now, this dual dragon roar of ice and fire was a powerful group attack skill. Yi Xian didn't believe that the other party could block an all-round sound wave attack. As the dragon's roar reverberated, the three Cthulhuism cult protectors, who were at the first stage of the fragmentation realm, were sent flying backwards, coughing up blood. Fortunately, that Cthulhuism cult elder was able to use the will of the Cthulhuism cult to block the attack. However, he had used the will of the heretic god statue, which meant that the statue's will had been weakened. Gotcha. When the dragon roar hit the evil god statue, a crisp sound was heard. This was the sound of the evil god statue shattering. Oh no! The Cthulhuism cult elder's expression changed drastically. Although Yi Xian was only at the first stage of the fragmentation realm, he could accurately sense that Yi Xian's strength wasn't something that he could deal with. While he was still in shock, another three crisp sounds were heard from the side. He glanced around and saw that the three Cthulhuism cult protectors had been beheaded by Yi Xian. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. After 3 consecutive system notifications, Yi Xian's killing intent had increased by a notch. The Cthulhuism cult elder's expression was gloomy. He knew that he only had one last option left. If he didn't kill Yi Xian, all of them would die. Evil God, grant me power. At this moment, the Cthulhuism cult elder suddenly roared. In the next moment, he channeled all the will of the evil god from the evil god statue onto himself. The Cthulhuism cult elder's expression was ferocious as he threw a punch at Yi Xian with all his might. This attack was as fast as lightning and extremely powerful. Even if it hit a third stage of the fragmentation realm, it would probably be able to kill him. Yi Xian was only a first stage of the fragmentation realm. He definitely wouldn't be able to block this attack. However, only a fool would receive this attack. Going all out, huh? Yi Xian sneered. He turned into a black ray of light and dodged this attack. Whoosh, whoosh. The shadow of the fist whizzed past. It didn't hit Yi Xian, but it killed more than 10 Cthulhuism cult apostles. Seeing this, the Cthulhuism cult elder knew that he was dead meat. Now that he had used up all the will of the evil god, how could he block Yi Xian? Tell me the location of the Cthulhuism cult leader, and I'll spare your life. Yi Xian said as he dashed in front of the Cthulhuism cult elder. Cult leader? The Cthulhuism cult elder was stunned. Yi Xian actually dared to find trouble with the Cthulhuism cult leader. He was really courting death. However, he didn't know. Bastard, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. The Cthulhuism cult elder pounced toward Yi Xian with a ferocious expression. Shameless boasting. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly and flung the sword in his hand. Swish! The Cthulhuism cult elder's head and half of his scorpion tail flew into the air. Immediately, Yi Xian heard a series of system notifications. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Now that the expert guarding the Cthulhuism cult altar had been killed by Yi Xian, the altar was considered to be useless. Luo Wei Zhentian, leave some people behind. Yi Xian said in his mind. He still wanted to find the Cthulhuism cult leader. Perhaps someone would know where the Cthulhuism cult leader was. Understood. Luo nodded. After a while, there were only 30 Cthulhuism cult apostles left. They were all caught together. If they made any move, they would be killed instantly. Let me ask you, where is your cult leader? Yi Xian asked directly after he finished collecting the spoils. Cult leader came half a day ago. After absorbing some of the Cthulhuism cult leader's will, he left. One of the Cthulhuism cult apostles said. Sure enough, there are still some who are afraid of death. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Previously, Luo said that the Cthulhuism cult leader's will was a strand of remnant consciousness of the Cthulhuism cult leader. However, it seemed that the Cthulhuism cult leader's will on the Cthulhuism cult leader's statue was just a trace of suppression. There was no remnant consciousness at all. After all, the Cthulhuism cult leader's realm was the same as theirs. How could a remnant consciousness manage this place? There were probably countless Cthulhuism cult leaders in the glazed light's sacred ground. Even if the cult leader of the Cthulhuism cult leader was a Nirvana realm martial artist, he was probably just an ant in the eyes of the Cthulhuism cult leader. Why did your cult leader absorb the Cthulhuism cult leader's will? Yi Xian asked again. Cult leader seems to have obtained the Cthulhuism cult leader's inheritance. He absorbed the Cthulhuism cult leader's will to cultivate. Someone answered. Then did your Cthulhuism cult leader show himself? Chapter 13:17. Then, has your evil god ever appeared? Once those words were spoken, everyone shook their heads. Since the evil god had never appeared, they didn't know if the evil god had truly obtained the inheritance. Perhaps he had only obtained a method to spread the evil god religion, such as how to forge the evil god altar and evil god statue. Alright, this is the last question. Whoever can answer it will live. Yi Xian swept his gaze over the 30 people and said, I only need the whereabouts of your evil god religion leader. Even the elders might not know the whereabouts of the evil god religion leader. They were merely evil god apostles. How could they know? Fine, I'll send you on your way. Yi Xian didn't intend to ask any more questions. He directly used his 10,000 mammoth force to break the necks of these evil god apostles. Kacha! 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 With crisp sounds, these people's corpses fell to the ground, lifeless. Young master, the evil god religion leader might be hiding to cultivate, or he might be on his way back to the evil god palace. What should we do? Luo Luo asked. I'll return to the altar on the left to take a look. Yi Xian directly tore through the void and returned to the evil god altar that was destroyed by the golden armored man. However, it was still in a dilapidated state, without a trace of life. Oh right, the chain of random missions didn't ask me to kill the evil god religion leader. Seems like they calculated that I won't be able to encounter him. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly thought of this problem. In the chain of random missions, the first part was to destroy the evil god statue outside the evil god palace. The second part was to kill less than 100 evil god apostles, and the third part was to kill the evil god religion vice leader. Forget it. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it and directly dismantled the evil god altar on the right. After all, this was a large amount of ores. Under the evil god altar, there were thousands of dried corpses. Their blood had been drawn onto the evil god altar to activate the evil god statue. After destroying the evil god altar, Yi Xian returned to the evil god palace. I'll wait here for a day and see if the Cthulhuism society leader returns. Yi Xian thought in his heart that he would stay in the evil god palace. He reckoned that the Cthulhuism society leader might have gone to another place and might return soon. Unfortunately, he guessed wrong. One day later. Forget it, this Cthulhuism society's leader is not coming back. I better leave the Desert of Despair and investigate the Xianming duo demons. In the evil god palace, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly stood up. At this moment, roughly 2 days had passed since the golden armored man took the Xianming duo demons away. The golden armored man was from the Fox Charm clan, so it might be easier to investigate him. Luo Luo old tree, Wei Zhentian, let's go. After Yi Xian said this in his mind, he left the evil god palace and headed north. There were many tribes in the Desert of Despair, but the strongest of them was at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm at best. Yi Xian did not dare to be interested in them. With the shadow steps, Yi Xian estimated that he would be able to leave the Desert of Despair in a day's time. Another day passed, and Yi Xian finally left the Desert of Despair. Near the Desert of Despair's exit was a yellow sand city, hence Yi Xian wanted to go there to gather information. At the same time, when he was leaving the Desert of Despair, the evil god palace, which had been abandoned, welcomed its new master. This new owner was a long-haired young man called Shi Jiuyin, the evil god cult's leader. The evil god cult's vice leader Shi Tiancheng was from the Scorpion tribe, and Shi Jiuyin was Shi Tiancheng's son, so naturally he was also from the scorpion tribe. However, Shi Jiuyin did not have the black scorpion tail unique to the scorpion tribe on his back because he had cut it off himself. At this time, he was no different from a human. What happened? Shi Jiuyin was shocked when he returned. Looking at the dilapidated evil god palace, he rushed inside. There was no one inside the evil god palace, but there were many blood stains. At the same time, he found a blood stain that was similar to his bloodline. Not good. Shi Jiuyin's face tightened subconsciously. At this time, a person rushed into the evil god palace. It was an apostle wearing the evil god cult's robes. Leader, you're finally back. When the evil god apostle saw Shi Jiuyin, he ran over in a hurry. What happened? Shi Jiuyin's eyes widened as he asked. No, I don't know. Previously, there was a human who brought a fox, a tree, and a sword over. Not only did they kill a few protectors and elders, but even the vice sect master died at their hands. The evil god apostle shook his head vehemently. Human, fox race member, tree, sword? Shi Jiuyin was stupefied. In the next moment, his right hand pierced into the evil god apostle's head. Soul-searching art. A light flickered in Shi Jiuyin's eyes. Using a secret technique, he began to search the evil god apostle's memories. The evil god apostle's body stiffened. He was one of the survivors of the great battle that day. Therefore, after Shi Jiuyin searched his memories for the past 3 days, he understood what had happened. Who is it? When Shi Jiuyin found out that his father had died in Yi Xian's hands, he was so enraged that a surge of true qi rushed out from his body. The evil god apostle's head suddenly exploded, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Shi Jiuyin had obtained the evil god apostle's inheritance, but before he could spread the news of the evil god cult, he had met with a calamity. Moreover, he didn't know who killed his father, only his face. Oh right, fox race member, outside the desert of despair, there is a Hu Mei family. Shi Jiuyin suddenly thought of this matter. Through this evil god apostle's memories, he saw Luo Luo. Therefore, he had a feeling that Luo Luo was a member of that Hu Mei family. Since that was the case, he decided to make a trip to that Hu Mei family. On the other side, Yi Xian had already left the desert of despair and arrived at Wind Sand City shortly after. This time, he was here to gather information. However, before he could enter the city, a person walked up to him. Mister, you look unfamiliar to me. This should be your first time in Wind Sand City, right? I have lived here for many years. If you need anything, I can show you the way. The person walking up to him was a human, but Yi Xian saw through his disguise. Demonic snake tribe? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, asking directly, do you know if there are any fox race members in Wind Sand City? Fox race members? The demonic snake tribe's cultivator raised his eyebrows, saying, there are fox race members in Wind Sand City, but there aren't many of them. If Mr. is looking for them, you can head to the west, there is a Hu Mei family there. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but shoot out 2 rays of light. Chapter 13:18. Have you seen these 3 people before? As Yi Xian spoke, he took out 3 portraits from his interspatial ring. 2 of the portraits were of the Xianming duo, while the third one was drawn by Yi Xian based on his memory. It was the golden-armored man who took the Xianming duo away. I don't know these 2, but this man looks familiar. Let me think. The Phantom Snake Clan martial practitioner frowned and thought for a while. After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, I remember now. This man looks like young Master Hu. Who is young Master Hu? Yi Xian could not help but ask. Young Master Hu is the son-in-law of Winds and City's city lord. He's from the Phantom Fox clan that I mentioned earlier. However, he married the city lord's daughter last year, the Phantom Snake Clan martial practitioner replied. The golden-armored man who took the Xianming duo away looks very similar to young Master Hu. Moreover, young Master Hu is from the Fox clan. Perhaps they are related by blood. As Yi Xian thought to himself, he continued to ask, then where can I find young Master Hu? Oh, this young Master Hu is promiscuous by nature. After he was engaged to the city lord's daughter, he continued to fool around outside. I think he should be enjoying himself in the great desert amorous feelings right now. The demonic snake clan martial artist pointed at Sandstorm City and said, "Oh, the location of the Great Desert. As long as you follow this city gate road, you will arrive at the center of the city. There are all kinds of girls there. The scorpion race, the tiger race, the giant elephant race, the human race, the fox race, and the demonic snake clan. There are a total of 13 races of girls there." "Alright, I understand." Yi Xian nodded and then took out 10 fragmentation pills from his devouring space and threw them to the martial practitioner. Fragmentation pills? Seeing this, the 9th-level Fulfillment Realm martial practitioner from the Phantom Snake clan was shocked. He was here specifically to guide people. These 10 fragmentation pills were equivalent to at least a year's worth of income. The surrounding people all looked at him enviously. At this time, Yi Xian had already entered Winzhen City. After entering the city, he followed the martial practitioner's guidance and arrived at the Great Desert Amorous Feelings. Even if no one said it, Yi Xian would understand it at a glance. Which decent industry would have a few beautiful girls wearing sexy clothes standing at the entrance? "Young master, you're so handsome. Do you want to come in and play?" "Young master, you've broken through to the void-breaking realm at such a young age, so your physique must be very strong. Do you want to fight for 300 rounds? Young master, come in and play. We won't charge you." When the ladies saw Yi Xian stop outside the Grand Desert Amorous Ground, they immediately came forward to greet him. Forget about the Catwoman, Fox Race women, and Human Race women, there was still the Ferocious Tiger Race, Raging Bull Race, and others. What the F***ck was this? Yi Xian, who was not in the mood for romance in the desert, was dragged in by a cat girl and a fox girl. However, before he arrived, he used his eye of perception to scan the area and discovered that there were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in this desert. Not to mention the hundreds of private rooms, there were more than 20 fragmentation realm martial artists wandering outside alone, and 3 of them were at the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm. In addition to doing that kind of thing in the desert, there was also a place to enjoy singing and dancing. Therefore, there were many people drinking and chatting outside. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. It seemed that it was time for him to strike it rich. "Take me to the 3rd floor." Yi Xian said to a charming fox girl beside him. "The 3rd floor?" The fox girl at the 8th level of the fulfillment realm was shocked. She shook her head and said, "Young master who has booked the entire 3rd floor. Do you know young master who?" "Young master who?" Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed that he had found the right place. Almost all of these fragmentation realm martial artists were gathered on the 3rd floor. It seemed that he had found the right place. "Yes, I am young master whose friend." Yi Xian nodded. At the same time, his eyes flashed. Ding. Control successful. This fox girl was immediately controlled by Yi Xian's Eye of Mind. The effect of the new skill, Eye of Mind, was much stronger than the Eye of Control. Moreover, it consumed less eye power. It was truly a divine skill. "Yes, I will take you up now." The fox girl nodded. Then, she directly led Yi Xian upstairs. Seeing this, the surrounding women from various races all revealed looks of envy. Young master who was the future city lord of Winzhen City. Those who could establish a relationship with young master who were not ordinary people. The 3rd floor of the amorous scene in the desert was actually protected by a formation. However, Yi Xian not only had the eye of perception, but also his spiritual sense and killer instinct. On the 3rd floor of the amorous scene in the desert, a group of singers and dancers were playing and dancing. At the same time, on the side of the street, a few young men were drinking and having fun. Each of them was accompanied by 2 naked women. Soon, the fox girl led Yi Xian to the 3rd floor. "What are you doing here?" A questioning voice sounded. Yi Xian looked over and saw a young woman guarding the entrance of the formation. "Manager, he is young master whose friend." The fox girl replied. "Why go through so much trouble?" Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Then, the young woman was controlled by Yi Xian. How could a mere 1st tier of the fragmentation realm block his eye of perception? "Greetings, master," the young woman said. She took off the interspatial ring in her hand and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the interspatial ring and looked inside. There were many things inside. There were more than 2,000 fragmentation pills. Enough talk. Take me in. Yi Xian continued. The manager of the amorous scene in the desert nodded. Then he used a special method to open the formation. Immediately, singing voices sounded. At the same time, they attracted the attention of the young men. Manager, who is this person? A young man at the end of the line asked in surprise. When they entered, Yi Xian had continuously used his eye of perception to control the people on the third floor, except for the 3-second tier fragmentation realm cultivators. Then Yi Xian focused his gaze. His attention fell on the young man from the fox tribe who was surrounded by 2 naked women. As expected, he looks a little like him. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that that person was young Master Hu. Or you? Young Master Hu glanced at the people around him and asked. Yi Xian was about the same age as them, but he had already reached the fragmentation realm. It seemed that he was some young master of Sandstorm City. However, he found it strange that he had never seen him before. Yi Xian did not answer this question. His eyes flickered again. Ding. Control successful.